Hello everybody, I think we're live by the way. But a moment, just gonna fix up some stuff and then we go as usual. Already got a good game, be prepared. Yep, okay, we're here. And this one, need to get rolling as well. Over there. You guys have to admit that I have the best music. The very best music. Music. Oh. There we go. That's the right one. Okay. Oh no. Alright guys, we're just not gonna further delay, we're gonna start up and hop into the game here. Just a moment, I'm gonna have a best of 5, it's gonna be Cure against Shin. You'll see the thing pop up in a moment, there we go. In the top left of Botanical it is Shin, and in the bottom right we do have Cure. So, Cure of course, the Terrence Terran as people call him, has been in a little bit of a slump I want to say lately, hasn't really been that hot. I think he came off a round of 4 finish from the Esports World Cup, but after that it got kind of quiet around Cure for a little bit. Like, he was in kind of every tournament, but winning? Not as much. Shin, on the other hand, has been always kind of a try-hard, you know? He's like one of those guys who just can't help it, but give it their best. And sometimes that's really, really strong. Sometimes it just falls flat against people like Maru, for example. That's a common nemesis to Shin, but Shin is like he's never gonna give up. Like, if you know the fantasy GG timings, sometimes you can kind of apply this to Shin as well. He likes to just stick in there, hang in there, and just be aggressive until he's got nothing left, and then, well, or he wins, you know, he overpowers. That's kind of Shin in a nutshell. Shin is like one of those Dragon Ball Z characters who is just throwing out a big energy ball and just never stops. And eventually he's gonna overpower because he's more stamina. Or he won't because he runs out of stamina, or his you know, power is a little bit too weak or something. So, now we do see the Reaper going across the map here. It's a Reaper Expand from Cure. He's making 2 Marines behind us. This is actually a little bit uncommon, but this should be a 3cc setup here. Now a 3rd gas on the way. And I'm not expecting Banshee Cloak with this as well. The Reaper's dancing with the Lynx here a little bit. He's gonna of course try to delay the mining if he can, but the Queen is gonna pop. He gets a Ling, which is nice. It's not very common. And he can kind of delay the 3rd base for now because Shin hasn't taken any yet, and yeah, he's gonna confirm that now. He sees, oh, you don't have a 3rd, but he will miss the drone, I think, that's moving out right now. And yeah, even Shin being a little bit cautious. Oh, actually, he's gonna find it. So now Shin pulls back the drone again. We have seen a resurgence of 2-base Muta styles again. Oh, I think he, for some reason it didn't work there. And there's a second barracks actually, so no starport at all here. So this could be a strong mid-game timing attack follow-up. This could just be a 2-1-1, basically off the 3 command center and with like a bunch of Hellions. But as we can see, he's already bringing over the factory, so it's actually going to be as fast as possible in into those Marines. So this looks like a 2-1-1 to me here, just with 3 commands in this. It's an interesting approach here to this opening. We've seen most of the times like the 1-1-1, of course, for the Terran players, where they just get a bunch of Hellions and then roam around, get a few Banshees, and then get a little bit later their timing attack going with Stim and combat shields +1 armor and damage, of course. And yeah, the 3 tanks, right? 2-3 tanks we usually see. So this is a different one. It's gonna have that 16 Marine drop, which is gonna be not the fastest one because there's the 3rd CC that came before. But it's still gonna be reasonably fast. It's gonna be faster than the attack that you usually see of 3 bases here with Terrans when they have 3 barracks and tank production going with that. So this is not a fortified push, but it's gonna be more of a roaming map control, maybe a little bit of a harassment force. As you can see, already the first 2 medevacs in production, so this is gonna hit very, very fast. Only 2 Hellions here to secure the front. 3 Marines are gonna chase this. He's gonna hide the rest. So Shin does not know what's going on. Shin, on the other side, is actually going into a spire, into a Baneling nest, and he just finished up his 3rd base. So the 3rd base is quite late from the Zerg. As you can see, 6 drones here right now, or it used to be 2 there a second ago, and now it's 2 at the Terran as well. So the Terran economy is almost matching the Zerg's economy here. That means actually this is really good for Terran. Oh, that's a nice scout. He's gonna see the double medevac, so he knows exactly what's going on. And yeah, basically this is really good for Terran economically. But the tech is gonna be actually quite a little bit better for Shin. If he can get his mutas out, if he can crush these medevacs potentially, that would be the catch, which completely throws back Cure. Now that's a nice run by here. 5 links, didn't expect them to get that much damage. It's gonna snag another SCV here. 4 SCVs, doesn't even lose a link. Really well done there by Shin. And let's put some pressure on to Cure, but honestly, like, Cure is already overtaking Shin in the worker count. Oh, he snipes the baits. Can he snipe the mutas? He's trying, but he doesn't get it done. Too many links. There's no upgrade on those links, but they just have too much DPS since they got a really nice surround. And in the end, this drop is busted. I think this was quite good for Shin. He did not lose a muta, he did lose a few banes and a few links. Yeah, man, this is amazing for Shin. Oh my god, he completely smacked that one. Look at that. 14 Marines, 2 medevacs, 2 Hellions. Now the tank here on the high ground is going to be exposed. I mean, he's just going to trade out against those Marines. There was no medevac healing with that. He's gonna kill off the turret as well. He kills all of the SCVs there at the 3rd base. Oh my god, this is a disastrous opening here for Cure. And he basically ran into the open arms there of Shin. Shin was like, yeah man, I've got the perfect counter to your 2-1-1 setup if you are not careful. And he wasn't careful enough. He moved into deep. He didn't stay on creep. He didn't just control the map. He tried to move in and do some harassment, and he got completely caught there. Now he has to pay the price. He loses the army, he loses economy. Behind this, of course, Shin is growing like a madman. He's going into a 4th base. He's getting his evolution chambers if we can find them. There they are, starting the upgrades. He has the 3rd base already oversaturated, so he's on a very healthy drone count. Once his base finishes up, he can immediately transfer a bunch of drones over there. This is looking amazing. He's starting up his Baneling speed. He should probably throw down... He's about to finish up his +1. Should probably throw down an infestation pit even. Maybe that's a little bit too much to ask for at this stage of the game, but yeah. Shin is just cruising. Dealing some more damage here to the SCV line. Is not really letting Cure go above 50 SCVs. That's kind of crazy, man. Like... Work is active. It's been around 50 SCVs for a while for Cure. Never went up to 60, so he never got this command center fully saturated. And we already have 83 drones here for Shin. He has been droning like a madman now. He should probably, yeah, he's making 20 more links. He's making another hatchery out there, and I hope... Oh, that was this hatchery. I kind of want to see him throw down a macro hatch, perhaps. Just because it's going to be so Ling heavy and Bane heavy. But he already has a bunch of Links and Banes. He's probably going to have enough to smash this army here. Yeah, this should be a possible kill. The issue is there's no creep, he loses the queen as well. So it's gonna be tough to engage, of course. You don't really want to fight with the tanks and the marines at the same time. So he's just gonna let this base go. He has the other one already about to finish up here. And I think it's a smart choice. You don't really need that one. He's gonna throw down another one over here. There's enough bases to take. It's a very interesting thing about this map, by the way. Now snipes the medevac, he loses immunity to the Vikings, but still, it feels like everything that Cure is bleeding off is just a little bit more expensive. And Shin's units, just because of his mining, are a little bit more expandable. Now drilling claws, Widowmine transition coming in here. Oh, what did he shoot there? What did he shoot there? A tank! Oh my god. He accidentally shot a tank. Okay, and he killed it. That was not on purpose, I can guarantee you. He's still making tanks. That was a terrible move. Meat is coming in, gonna snipe the sensor turret here. He's gonna snipe a tank. No, he doesn't miss the hit there, unfortunately. Is the sensor turret gonna survive? Yeah, actually, he's gonna get repaired. Injury to insult, insult to injury, whichever you like it. Now +2 and 2 on the way here. For both players, about to finish up for Cure. That's the only department he has kind of a lead in. That's the timing on the +2. Oh, Shin cannot get the missile turret here, just barely, not enough DPS or burst damage to smack that one down in one hit. And the snap repair there was amazing from Cure, making that turret stay alive. And at least get a trade here against those mutas. The flock has been quite big, but it's time to transition here. We see this 3 spine crawlers on the way. It's making a hive. We have the infestation pit done, of course. There should be some more static D maybe even on the other bases as well. And Cure is kind of still in a transitional point against what Shin is doing right now, where he's already going away from. We do see a Thor coming in. He's making Widow Mines. He's getting his 3-3. There's no ghosts. He's investing all of that gas into Vikings and Thors. And it's just no ghosts, right? So why no ghosts against mutas? They would of course stand up to them in a straight up fight, but the issue with the snipe ability is that if the mutas just walk away, well, you're not gonna get any of them ever sniped down, so yeah. And in the meantime, Shin looks like he's about to transition into a deeper composition here. It's either gonna be Ultralisk or it's gonna be Lurkers. Since there's no Hydra Den yet and no Lurker Den yet, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna throw down an Ultra Cavern. But yeah, how are you gonna deal with Ultras without any ghosts, right? No snipes? You're gonna have a bad time. We're looking at 46 Banelings here. That's actually more than Marines, which is 45. So it's 1 Baneling per Marine. This should be quite the massacre if Shin decides to move in, and he needs to bleed off a few units since he can't produce anything because he doesn't really have any leeway. But this is not the time, I agree. He's throwing on the Ultralisk Cavern right now. He's going on to Adrenal Glands as well and going up to 3-3. So if he can just buy some more time for the Ultralisk transition to actually be in play, well then he's gonna have a very, very nice time here against Cure in that next engagement, and specifically after the next engagement. He's just gonna go around again with the mutas. Hasn't been really making many mutalisks in the past few minutes. And he's staying on the upgrades they have right now. So there's a Ghost Academy, but there's no ghosts for Cure. And Cure is also, he's maxed, so he kind of needs to bleed off a few units to actually get some ghosts going, and that's exactly what he's starting to produce here right now. Cure is looking strong on this setup. It's a very fortified position. He has a bunch of tanks, a bunch of turrets, he has a bunch of Widow Mines here, and Shin is trying to move into the meat grinder. Let's see how the efficiency is gonna go in this one. If this planetary stays alive, there might just be too many banelings, but if the planetary stays alive, I think... Oh yeah, Cure is probably quite happy with that trade. We can have a look at the efficiency here in this fight. Shin destroyed about 5,000 resources, not even, and Cure killed about 7,000. So that's a very nasty trade here for Cure. Shin not really... Well, he doesn't really care though. He has a big bank. He just wanted to free up supply for Ultralisks, so he just wanted to throw away his army. That's the big issue. Even though this setup looked so nice for Cure, actually what is missing is, like, there's no obstructions in front of the command center. So this, as you usually see here, there's like depots, there are turrets, there's another command center, here's another command center, this is a planetary, there's a few tanks behind. This position, even though it has a few tanks, it has Widow Mines in front, has a Liberator now set up as well. There's nothing really blocking this entrance. Like, having two barracks here, that could do Cure such a big favor. Just throwing down extra barracks, you don't even need to produce from them, you can just have them as like fortifications. Those are pretty cheap, 1,000 health, and you can still use them for extra production, of course. Now, coming in again here, this time with the Ultralisks. Can Shin break him? Again, the issue is the first defense line. Oh my god, the Ghosts not being microed against the Banes. They of course take the extra damage now. The planetary is just gonna fall. And as you can see, with no additional frontline defense, like obstruction, this army just rolls in and just explodes on what's already important there. There's nothing really that blocks it from coming in, and behind this Shin is mining from one gold base. He's setting up the second gold base. He's mining in the top right, he's mining in the middle right, he's mining in the middle right as well. He doesn't even mine from all of these locations because he can't possibly saturate them. Like, this is a very smart situation. He's kind of moving outwards with his drones a little bit more here, as you can see here in the top right, and on this location he's making a little bit, mining a little bit more. And what this enables him, he's just having constantly a massive income. A massive income. Have a look at this. Look at this massive income. And he can just throw away armies like this. Finally, we have a turret in front, but that doesn't have much health. It's only 250. It gets blown up immediately here. And in the end, the Bioforce is just running away. That's why these units just seemingly don't die. Because nothing is actually shooting at them. And finally he gets into a structure forest there, and there he has some room to actually work against the army. And then, as you can see, once the Terrans actually shoot at those Ultralisks, they go down. There's not much those can do. But like, only a turret line of defense, that's not gonna be enough. I don't think so. And yeah, Shin is like getting this base, he's getting this base, he's probably gonna get this base, and so he's gonna take all of the other remaining bases. Cure's running out of resources. He needs to find a new angle. He probably needs to grab this here and secure the high ground over there. There's even gonna be a drop now here in the north. So yeah, Cure is having a very tough time, and Shin is just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. I have so much money, I'm just gonna throw that at you and try to blow you up. And Cure is not making any headway whatsoever. Even defusing the mines here, that's why I don't really like mines that much. Of course, they can be amazing, but sometimes they can just be trash. There's the drop, and now we see also a attack here to the right side. Of course, here is quite a big forest of structures to funnel through for those Banes and Ultras, so the Bio actually has a lot of potential to shoot down everything before it gets too close. But as you can see, like, if you take a look at the battle report, there's a lot of structures that have been killed, but unfortunately they don't show, apparently, I guess. But yeah, a bunch of depots went down, a bunch of turrets went down, so... If I'm like, he only took these to occupy the spaces, but yeah, this one is already saturated. There we go, the drone transfer. If I'm Shin, I'm gonna start to mine from these areas, actually. Because he doesn't care if he loses 20 drones, he can just remake them instantly. He has so much lava. 32 cocoons right now, and 32, I guess those are Banes, and then 30 lava as well, so he can't possibly even spend his lava. Kyo needs to repair his buildings. He needs to max out again. He doesn't even have maximum supply right now because he lost so many depots. That's a nice mine shot there, 20 kills. That's really great, that's what you want to see here for Kyo. Can he get some more of those? Oh, big fungal and the Bane Train coming in, but barely not connecting with the ghosts here. A crucial save for Kyo, but he was so occupied in doing that he lost a command center to freaking ground units, which could have been lifted. Now Kyo, does he see this? He doesn't even know about this. This was such an easy harassable position here for a Liberator just to set up. He's gonna get a kill on this base, but he does find the creep over there, and he needs to connect the dots. Like, this is the easiest harassable position. He can just push buildings to this place and just stand his army here and shoot this down. And meanwhile, I mean, this is about to be 30% mined out already. Kyo is finding this base over here. A queen is attacking that, which is like, hey, this is our base here. This is Zerg territory. I need to inject. That's crazy. Now the queen is gonna get shut down, and this base as well. I hope he makes the extra mile and just moves these 5 marines over there into the bottom left as well, which he's not gonna do, unfortunately. So there we go. So many Banes, so many Lings. Yeah, Kyo is just... he's running out of money. He has a bunch of SCVs, but he needs to transfer actually some of them over here. There's 16. 9 out of 16. He has 20 on the other base here. And Shin kind of sees, alright, you wanna grow into the bottom left? Well, I can make something. Oh, he saw it, and then it gets away. It throws a fungal. It whiffs. Okay. In the end, good dodge. How did this thing die? Oh, I think it got fungal. It didn't whiff, it killed the medevac. But this command center is gonna get killed. He needs to repair this. He cannot lose this. Oh no! And he loses the command center. Man! Kyo is not having a good day here. Shin is just toying with his food right now. I mean, look at this. His bank is just, it keeps on growing and growing. He has 90 drones still. He's gonna do another drop into the main. What main, you say? You're right, there's nothing in the main left. Let's actually have a look at how many structures have been killed. 15 turrets. Oh my god, no. There's gonna be another structure going down in a moment here. Kyo just keeps on pushing here. Pushing with the army, pushing with the commands, and he keeps on not repairing those. That's just it's just so good. Yeah, MW, good to see you. Those games are from RSL, by the way, offline. Yeah, Shin against Kyo. Now Kyo again pushing here into the left side, and he's gonna lose the command center to just some corruptors again. It's just so irresponsible here. I can't believe this. He lost 2 command centers just like that, and he has no money to reproduce even his army. What is he doing? Definitely a very lackluster approach here so far. And he just brings all the ghosts to snipe everything in the main, but that means that there's no ghosts with his army, so he cannot kill any retreating Ultralisks. This is still not fully saturated, even though he has a bunch of excess SCVs over here, over there. He's actually running low on SCVs at this point as well. 40 SCVs only left. He should have probably just pushed into the top corner here and gotten this base set up. And like have stand his army over here and harass the space over there from the Zerg. I feel like that might have been a tactical position that you could have hold on to, and then you have also the drop, which just comes into the right. You kind of can't deny that from your top base there, so you keep your main and your infrastructure safe with that as well. And on the left side, he already had a strong setup. He had 2 command centers, he had a couple tanks behind this, the 3rd planetary fortress behind, a sensor turret. He had everything set up. You just needed a few more buy units maybe, and then just roam a few units down to the bottom left to try and clear some bases. Now this position is gonna get broken again since there's nothing really defending there. He's just gonna lose all of the SCVs. The mines are not gonna have the best connections, and everything's getting kind of pushed back here into the main base, but Shin is not a fool. He's just not gonna run into the absolute meat grinder. He's just gonna walk back. He said, alright, I cleared a mining position from you, so you now have to deal with this. Try to remake an army. Kyo has a big army, don't get me wrong, but he just does not get the wins. Now he's gonna push out. He says, alright, I killed a bunch of your stuff, but look at this, the medivacs, they are struggling to heal up the army at this point already. So, but yeah, what Kyo is basically saying, I killed a bunch of your stuff, and you have the weaker army right now. If we fight, I win. And he's trying to snowball this. So he says, I lost already so much, we're going to go into the offensive. The best, you know, defense is a good offense, as they say. Now Shin, he can bleed out, like, 4 bases and he won't even bat an eye. And Kyo just killed 1 and is gonna go back. He needed to like patrol a few marines into this bottom area, patrol a few marines into this top area. There's a easy place where you can just be away from the spine crawlers to harass that. This base has never been harassed. I'm not even sure if he's seen this base. He hasn't even seen this. Look at that. He's so occupied with defending that he just cannot get out on the map. He's trying to make a new command center over here, and he's gonna go into the bottom area again, which I have to say I don't agree with. He had a good setup there before. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Why did they start targeting? Oh my god. Okay, so let's have a look at the lost structures. This is one of the big stories here in this game. We've killed 5 hatcheries, yeah, that's nice, but not enough. 4 geysers, a bunch of add-ons, which, well, we don't care much about. 1 normal command center. The Ghost Academy has killed once. 5 sensor turrets, 22 turrets. Now he's going out, but he should have done this while he pushed into the center, right? So he could have killed this. We have 11 depots, 1 planetary, and 4 actual orbital commands. Imagine he has 6 more command centers right now. Imagine he would have those. That would be so crazy, right? 6 more command centers, that's a bunch. Yeah, Shin seems to be doing very good lately. Yeah, he is definitely on fire. But I mean, he kind of has been for the past, like, I want to say 3 years or so. He's been really starting to grow above his own, like, come out of his comfort zone, it feels like, and, you know, I don't know, just grow into greatness, kind of, but he has yet to eclipse his final form, you know, where he can actually take a real big tournament win. He came close a few times. Oh my god, and this annoying style here with the changelings. Of course, this is creating so much vision here for Shin. 11,000, 5,000. When have you ever seen this in a pro game? Shin started to bleed off some drones. So from the 90s, he's now down into the 78. So his army's a little bit stronger. Can Kyo hold this time? Kyo's about maxed with all of the mines shoot into Overseers, and now the Banelings come into the occasion here and trying to run in, but again, he just settles for the orbital. He's just gonna wipe out the last mining base. Gonna say, alright, that's enough for me. Look at Kyo's money. Look at the income. He has 8 minerals. His income is 0. He does not mine. He has no production. There's only units, and those are dying currently. They're just getting wrecked by the Ultralisks. Even though the Ultralists are gonna get killed off right now because they simply cannot fight behind buildings. Like, Shin doesn't care. It's a technical KO at this point. It has been for a while. Kyo's just trying to move away from this place, but can you really give Shin this high ground? No, he's just gonna GG. He says, alright man, this just doesn't make any sense. Make more overseers, yeah indeed. Shin the Great, master of aggression. It feels like though this Mutalisk meta coming back, the buffs to the Muta, they definitely benefit Shin. He has been always a Mutaling Bane player kind of, so never really like a big Roach or Hydra guy, even though he is of course extremely strong on those sides as well. Okay. One second. Next map is gonna be Tokamak. I think this is the right one. Alright, there we are, and the next map is gonna be Tokamak. In the top right, we've got Shin up 1-0 in the best of 5, and in the bottom left it is Kyo. Now, can Kyo make something happen here against Shin on this next map? Maybe a little bit more of a fast timing push could just be enough to do the trick. Maybe a little bit more of a strategic defensive setup, maybe a little bit more harassment while he is doing those defenses could be just enough to win him the game. I mean, the efficiency was amazing. If you can deny a lot more mining from Shin, for example, then Shin cannot do that, and Kyo has way more room to grow out on the map. So there are a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of things that are possibly able to be fixed from Kyo's play, which he can adjust. But Shin, he could just do the same. He has been doing fine with that, so that might just be enough. His aggression was enough to overpower Kyo. And Tokamak is another very big map, there's a lot of bases. This is a bit more open, it feels like, so maybe actually Botanical is bigger, I think. But like Tokamak, you can kind of play the same. There is so much to work with. Now this time we're not gonna see a Reaper opening. Well, sorry. He already finished that one up, so we have the Reaper. But he did do an SCV scout. Sees the timing of the hatch, says alright, let's keep the Reaper at home. So Shin expected, he went for a pool first if I'm not mistaken here, so he expected a 2 rags from Kyo, or a 3 rags. Which of course didn't happen, so there might be a little bit of an advantage here to Kyo. The advantage that Shin is gonna have, he's gonna have a little bit more units. Meaning not only Lings, it's mostly 1 extra queen, right? So as you can see, he already has 3 queens where you usually only have the 2. But of course this means his mining is delayed, his creep is a little bit later. It will, of course, start to push out very strongly because he already has that extra queen. He planted a creep tumor even in his main base. Just grow from there, so there's gonna be faster growth for the creep in a little bit here. Hello Shield Battery, good to see you. Kyo on the other hand went into a 1-1-1 setup here, which is gonna go into a 3rd base, but not the fastest one, since we see there's already a 2nd gas. So this might be Cloak on Banshees, there we go. Actually, it is gonna be Cloak Banshees here, a little bit more Hellion production, and we'll have to wait and see once he's gonna throw down. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see once he's gonna throw down that additional command center, but should be very shortly. Hellion's roaming here to the north. There's the 3rd. So it's gonna be into the wall here to try to keep him safe from any Ling run-bys. And he's trying to deny the creep, but that extra queen is already shown here quite nicely for Shin, so he can aggressively push out that creep and defend it in front with his queens. Even an Overseer coming in, he has a very fast lair actually. Wow, so Hydra Den on the way here, Evolution Chamber number 1 and number 2 being thrown down immediately. It's gonna be Hydra Ling Bane, or maybe only Hydra Ling for a little bit. We do see the first Banshee come in, but this might just be the counter you need. He already has the lair, so he already has Overseers. He already is gonna have anti-air units, which are not queens, right? So he's gonna have anti-air units, which might be a little bit more mobile, especially off creep, so he has more potential in sniping anything that tries to harass him. You made kimchi? Wow, that's kind of crazy. I've eaten a lot of kimchi, but I've never made myself. Sounds difficult. Now extra barracks coming online here. Ooh. Alright, excuse me for the delay. Now Shin, Baneling Nest, and the Baneling Speed is about to finish up here. His 2-2 is a little bit slower, but, sorry, it's actually faster. Kyor's is slower. He's just starting it now, even though he had the armory for quite a while. Just forgot to start that upgrade. That could actually come to bite him. Oh, 2 Banes, just enough to blow up the SCVs. Do make it into the mineral line here. How much did you make? Like if you blend the sauce and stuff, did you make a good amount? Does it last very long? Like, does it... The kimchi, is it like... How fast do you need to consume it, you know? It's probably not that long, right? A nappa? What's a nappa? No idea. Oh, okay. I'm not sure, like, where here in Japan they're like in small boxes. It's like usually about 300 grams or something of kimchi, what you can buy. And most portions are like buyables are like between 150 and 300 are like the bigger ones, I want to say. Nice defense here on the left, but there's a big army moving through the middle here. It's probably about 1 kilo. Okay, that's quite the mass, yeah. Now, can Shin stop this army? I don't think so. He's immediately gonna cancel this base, but if he does lose this base here in the north, maybe this could be the moment for Kyo to strike. This is a very nice position for the tank here. He can even shoot in front of the hatchery. These marines are covered, as you can see here by the tank siege line. These marines are actually covered. He's gonna pull them back, and look at this. 12 kills already on the tank, man. Really love this position. Shin is setting up a counter-attack on the left here. This is being seen by the medevac, so Kyo could move units in position, which he's actually doing. He needs to siege the tanks. A little bit late on the trigger there. Just in time, though. 2-2 finishing up here, just in the moment. To keep on pushing. Drones? Where are you going, drones? They're about to hit the tank line there. That would have been an amazing shot for Kyo. +1 finishing up on the tanks, and the reinforcements coming in here, which just made the defense happen on the left side. Shin might want to actually join his army and get one overwhelming mass to try and fight off this push, but he's just gonna say, all right, let's give you the base. I'm gonna transfer the drones to the left this time and not into the bottom, and I will just try to fight on top of creep. So Shin says, like, yeah, man, we're not gonna go off creep, but if you come on top of creep, well, I will kill you. He's gonna make another run by here into the bottom, or center bottom position, and he's gonna be able to cancel the commands under a few structures there. But in the meantime, Kyo's push, it looks so scary. It's already inside of the main base here. And look at this deep tank line. This is so many tanks. Oh my god, here's 11 freaking tanks. And remember, no more grabs. It needs to be blinding clouds. Blinding clouds are good though. This marine bog here, he cannot shoot. Blinding clouds are good. He's ignoring the north side because he knows there's no fire, no attacks coming from that. So he clears the whole deep tank line. This 25 commander tank is gonna die as well. Wow. That was what? 9 tanks or something? 7 tanks he just killed? 7 tanks, 77 marines, 777. That's a lucky number for Shin here. Not for Kyo, unfortunately. Wow, that was a really efficient clear. I must say, I'm very impressed by that. That was just the perfect blinding clouds and the most insane execution afterwards. He really got the most out of 2 blinding clouds. He killed 7 tanks with 2 blinding clouds. Right? Like, that's kind of crazy. A tank line, a deep tank line of 7 tanks with 2 blinding clouds only. And he did not have those tanks clumped up. He only blinding clouded 2 tanks. So he fought 5 tanks. Just because he was completely spread out, a very nice arc coming in there, and he used just the right amount of units, he used just the right approach, he killed off everything that was shooting at him, and then moved over to the guys that could not shoot while being under the blinding clouds. I mean, it makes sense, right? They're just disabled, basically. Unless they unsiege and walk away and re-siege again. Well, you basically buy time, right? They cannot do anything. It's kind of like a stasis. It's kind of like a stasis, really, to be honest. Like, if you have a tank under a blinding cloud, it cannot shoot until the thing goes away, or it needs to move and then set up again. Wow. 5 tanks this time under the blinding clouds, make it even 7. Now they start to go away, but the tanks, they just cannot seem to find a good engage here. And just a few blinding clouds is enough to just break these positions here. This time though, he does not fully break the position, and we do have a mobile force here on the right actually coming in and getting a base snipe there for Cure as well. He is not able to push further into the north here. We do see the Banelings re-establishing themselves. This tank might get left behind here in a little bit. Kyo's trying to reinforce here into the top left corner as well. I like the double prong approach. If he can keep these bases under control, this should be a cancel here, very easily done. That would be quite nice. 2 more blinding clouds though, not enough tanks here on the left side. The Vipers, he needs to have something to deal with this. He needs Ghosts, he needs Vikings, anything. Or like drop on top of them with Marines, I don't know. He needs something to just clear those Vipers, because those have been a pain in the ass for Cure. He's trying to push through in the center, but the reinforcements coming from the left flank here are gonna be in time to just throw this one back. And Cure's armies are starting to bleed off, little by little. He's just not trading efficiently enough, it seems. Meanwhile, I mean, the good thing for Cure is he's not really losing much economy behind this. He's not really losing... Oh, boy! That was a very good trade here for Shin. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying, like, Kyo is not really losing much, except for his army, which is okay. Of course, you don't want to lose too much, because then you're just gonna get overwhelmed. But he has so much, right? He can lose a position. He doesn't need to. He can lose this planetary, which he might not even, because he has units coming in. Banelings as well coming in. If he could snipe the Vipers, that would be amazing. He does not. He also does not lose, keep the planetary alive, unfortunately. Man, Shin, how is he making these engages look so smooth for him? He just has the correct amount of units coming into the correct times. They're kind of reinforcing at the perfect moment with the perfect units, it seems, and making those engages just look so silly. Like, why would you even try this as Kyo? But yeah, Kyo just lost the base, and unfortunately it seems like he did not grow enough behind all of his pressure. And now Shin, it's his turn. He's on the aggressive. He killed one base, he kills the next base. Can he make this happen here? He's trying to run in very deep with the Banes. I wish we had some cloak on the Ghost. He's actually gonna lose this base here, not even trying to lift that one. We still have some more bases for Cure, so this is not the end of the world. Unless he just loses this game here right now. Shin could make it happen, but maybe the medevac healing is a little bit too strong here. A tiny bit of pickup micro there to dodge some Hydra missiles there. And in the end, the reinforcements is just barely enough here to hang on. 48 SCVs, 2 bases down the drain. If Shin gets aggressive, wow, that's a sledgehammer. Going into Lurkers now, finally he has the time, he has the resources, he has everything he needs to get up that further tech leap where he wants to be. We already have the Ghost for Cure, so Cure is already there. Shin kind of needs to get that going. He does not have the big money behind this, so like he made a choice, right? Either he techs up with this while he's doing the attack, he techs up, or he tries to secure like 2 or 3 more bases. He secured 1 more base and he did tech up, so that's his choice he made. But now he needs to be a little bit more on the defensive again. He needs to get the tech units out first and have them in a good position. He's going into Nidus network. There might be some Nidus main shenanigans coming in here very soon. And Kyo, well, he needs to rebuild, he needs to reassemble, get the Avengers back on the team, and you know, used all the benched people he had from before, because he used all of his bank. He needs to re-establish his economy and the army. So it's like a, how do you say, a pat situation, we say in German, where basically no one can kill the other guy, because no one has anything to throw at the other dude, right? So both players can kind of re-establish themselves on the map here right now. We see this, both basically double expanding, which is kind of funny to see. This is nothing, like, how many times do you see that into 18 minutes into a game where both players are like, alright, we can't attack each other, let's both take 2 expands. Very rare situation here. Hello, Mr. Kling, good to see you again as well. Man, crazy. 47 workers again here for Kyo. He has still a bunch of command centers, so it's actually a relatively easy remake for him. There's the knight is coming into that natural base, actually not the main as I expected, but Shin is starting to do his overseer strat. He's starting to do, I mean it's not his, but he's starting to do this with the changelings, getting vision everywhere. Like, we can have a quick look here at his vision. His vision here, his vision there. Not that much, but as you can see, he has like changelings. He's starting to throw them down. And yeah, just evacuating with the lurkers. I think he might have lost one. This is kind of a backup Nidus. Of course, these Nidus are going to be expensive if he does not have the correct amount of mining behind this, but he has been just not attacking. He's just been harassing, basically keeping Kyo back. Tactically is the approach, like, Kyo, you stay at home and I just use a few of my units. I use a little bit of money, and in the meantime I've just established 3 bases. Let me take another one, the 4th one. So like, Shin's mining is to be out of control in just a moment. He is on 84 drones, and he's really getting there. And there we see again the mass changelings coming in here, getting into the bases. And it's just so annoying to click all of them down. Like, non-pros, honestly, a community patch, you know. There's something you need to do with this, because this does simply not... Oh my god, he even loses 2 SCVs, that's so funny. Like, even pros struggle with this, right? And they are so fast, they have like so much APM to spare. Like, look at this. How would a normal human being, you know, fight this on the ladder? It's like impossible. Now, on the left side here, Kyo is getting pushed back. It's so funny that he has this like remote missile turrets and like supply depot still over here. Okay, this is kind of funny here, and I think this is really smart by Shin. So he destroyed the resources, like these cooling towers. They will kill off the mineral fields below, and then he opens up this space so he can actually move even links through there. He can move Banes in as well to start and blow up the worker line there. So this, what looks kind of like a defensive, very strong position at first, because of the mineral wall, and then you can still have the cooling towers collapse and stuff, actually is not if you play against Lurkers and Hydras, right? That's a nice cleanup here though. A lot of snipes, not really a good reaction there by Shin. He loses a bunch of his Lurkers, but at this point he's starting to get the bank, he's starting to get the money, he's starting to get the credits, and he can just start to throw away units like that. He loses an overseer here in the top, but he has a base coming up here, he has a base coming out here, and that's gonna be all of the bases being mined from, except for this one, which is already half mined out, by the way, but yeah. More command centers. Kyo had some excess minerals. He says like, alright, we need more command centers. I don't hate this choice. Maybe make one over here. He's trying to get into the bottom right. He doesn't know that this is already been mined from. And there's actually a lot of money already. Ah, I guess he just started mining from this. But yeah, 25 drones. He saturates this very heavily. He needs to saturate this space as well as soon as possible. Like, I would pull all of these drones and just go over here. Honestly. Maybe I would expose too many of my drones. Maybe just pull half of them. But you want to mine out these bases. And yeah, Kyo's gonna do the same. So he will kill for 3 drones as well with collapsing cooling towers. All of the bases belong, all of your bases belong to us. Yeah, that's what Shin has as his motto written on top of his forehead right now. Can he make the truth? Oh my god, Changelings walking in from the north. Banelings walking in from the east. Alright, so we have the mech transition coming in right now. I think we have a bunch of factories here. There's Infernal Pre-Igniter there, you see the extra factories coming in, so there's gonna be Hellbats and tanks trying to, you know, be efficient. He does not actually have full mech upgrades, so that's something he should fix. He's getting his +3 attack, but he needs that defense as well if he wants his units to stay alive for a little bit longer. But I mean, already going into Hellbats, maybe he's not really spending his money smart because he's starting to mine out. I mean, look at this. There's not much left here. There's not much left there. Wait, there's a gas. There's 300 gas in that still. This base, of course, is gold, so it mines out very fast. Now he needs to pick up and drop on the other side. Pick up and drop on the other side. No, he's getting crushed in the bottom right at the same time. If Kyo manages to establish this base, the issue though is where are you gonna go from here? Like, I want to see him actually get the left side, because there's two, like 1.5 base, kind of. If he manages to establish his base in the bottom right though, yeah, like, where do you go? You kind of need to expand to your own broken base. These tanks, man, they should have so many kills, by the way. Oh, he didn't look for a moment. He stood on creep. He was not split. Oh, the Medivacs didn't move correctly. Oh my god, what a massacre there. Really good engage here for Shin. The Captain Tanks. Oh my god, this commander with 40 kills. I mean, the efficiency is out of the roof, right? But look at the army supply right now for Shin. It was at 32. And now he just makes Broodlords. 15 Corruptors coming in. Does he have the Great Aspire? He does indeed, so he's just gonna go into Broodlords. 15 Broodlords. That's why he's keeping his supply so low. Now, of course, he needs something to deal with with Kyo's army. If Kyo just says like, alright, let's go right now. He has 120 army supply, right? So he can push, actually. He's going here to this north position. I don't hate it, but this is already quite low. So Shin has been mining a lot of resources from this. Look at the gases. They already have about 800 to 1,000 drained from them. So that's a lot of money that Shin already extracted from this point. But Kyo is kind of hanging in there. One thing I want to see him re-establish and strengthen a little bit is this position here in the middle, because he kept on losing stuff here. He had like tanks set up here, but those are gone. Like, raise these depots, put a tank over here, put a tank over here. He still has one on this high ground, which is quite nice. That's kind of the only anchor though for this position, for this location. So the production is a little bit under threat if Shin wants to go into the... He actually gets damage for that. He gets the friendly fire damage on the tank. For 3 Banelings. Now he needs to carefully select. He even misclicked a few, because if he uses the friendly fire from the tanks, right? That's when you lose again. Now he has so many bases over here, I think he already needed to float one over. He's trying to make a new one to bring that one over, but that's just taking too much time. Like, he has all of this time he's giving to Shin right now, and Shin is making the most of this. He's making an unbeatable army right now. 15 Broodlords, I think he's morphing 2 more, making it 17 now. Kyo sees this. Now he's trying to set up his base. Look at that. He already had so much time because he waited for this freaking command center to finish up. Now he's setting up this base. He was here already for like 2 minutes. He could have already have that established. Like, float over a freaking command center, land there, get some mules dropped, extract money, you know, extract value. Oh my god, 8 more Broodlords. He's just going all in on Broodlords. There is 5 Vikings. So if you just, like, if the... sorry, 5 Liberators. Like, Liberator anti-air is undervalued. We do not have any air upgrades, which is unfortunate, and there's +1 armor here. how many missiles do they shoot? It's 2 attacks, so there's double armor penetration. Like, look at this. There's nothing Liberators need to be dealing with on the ground. There's no Ultralisks. There's just Banes, there's Ninks, and there's Infestors. That's not really something you want to spend your Liberator damage on. If you could just AoE the frickin' shit out of these Broodlords, because they're so clumped. I feel like that's an underestimation for a lot of Terran players. They're just sieging up the Liberators like, hey, yeah man, they don't have an anti-air attack, while they actually deal with clumped units crazily good. They could have killed all of these. Look at that. Now he's starting to get in. Look at how much damage they actually deal. That's 3 Liberators with 3 volleys. Look at how they're actually dealing with this. Like, imagine he had the 5. It's not that fast, I know, but if he has like 7 libs, he's just gonna frickin' 3-sweep those. Like, you need to have a completely different approach than this shit. Look at them, they're all half health. Imagine during the whole fight, he had all of the Liberators keep on shooting on the Broodlords. They would have been dead by this point. Like, definitely a big mistake there on the engagement for Shin, I feel like. The Liberators, they didn't really kill that much on the ground. Like, what did they kill? Lynx, Banes, yeah. Right? Like, why? If you kill the air, you can kind of deal with the ground eventually again. Like, killing the air army is the priority here. You don't need to finish off the Banes. Of course, you want to keep your bio alive, but honestly, if it dies, if you can kill the air army, you're still gonna be fine. Because that's where the money sink went into. If he kills all of this is so much value right now. Now Q's saying, alright, F it, let's go base trade here. He's gonna go to the left, try to clean whatever he can. Meanwhile, unfortunately, all of his investment was into the bottom right corner, so he's re-establishing his base over here. I think he might have floated the main base, that's exactly what he did. And Shin has probably started to just throw on Banelings into this army over and over again to try and slow it down. But actually, Kyo says like, let's go back. I might not be fast enough in this base trade. And he's just making Thors, which can deal with Broodlords, but not with 27. There's only 21 left, I guess. Now he's very indecisive right now. He's going to the north, he's going back to the south again. He's starting to lose more and more command centers. So all of that investment he had in the past like 5 minutes is just going par. The infrastructure he set up over here is going par. And he just amasses his army kind of. He doesn't even have free supply, so those are the last 2 units that's going to be produced here for Kyo, and one is even just walking into his death with a bad rally here. Look at that. Kyo definitely not looking the hottest right now in Shin. I mean, he's just having a field day, as I said. He just has his fun. He sees the army movement, of course, with all of the changelings. Kyo has given up on them. We do see the first neural, a EMP on the Ghost here. Does unfortunately not have the perfect hits there. Ghost not really clumped, but now Fungal coming in. And again, the siege up here on, I think it was only 1 Labyrinth anyways, but this army, I mean, he's even trolling him with the Overseers standing on top right now. This army is just going down. Broodlords are dying, but I mean, he only kills half of them. It's not nearly enough. And now he's just shooting Broodlords. Shin, it's gonna take the 2-0 lead here. What a freaking game. Yeah, Kyo had a point where he was up 100 supply, right? And then comes the big remax with a big swell of Broodlords there. What a nice game from Shin. I feel like Kyo again was too passive. He does not make enough out of his position. Like, he wins a really good fight, he takes an amazing trade, he gets a perfect position to do whatever he wants, and he just does not do anything with it. He doesn't go aggressive, he does not send out any drops, he does not take enough bases. He takes like 1 base, but he should have been taking 2 because he had such a good fight. It feels like his read is just not there on the situation that occurred, so unfortunately he just does not go the extra miles, he does not go the extra steps he needs to take to be able to kind of put more pressure on Shin and maybe actually get a lot of value, and then have Shin maybe you know, into a corner. But unfortunately, it does not go that deep, so Shin is gonna be able to get away with all of these kind of greedy approaches where he, I mean, like, you try to make 27 Broodlords at once in a TVZ against Cure. That's actually very difficult. In the bottom center position here on Mothership, it is Cure, and the top left we do have Shin. So far so good for Shin, looking quite nice. 2-0. Can Cure bring it back? Reverse sweep. That would be 3 maps in a row. This map though, it's not halfable. It's a 3-player map. There's no split, 50-50 split. So like positionally it's just not possible. So far this should be actually good for Shin, but again, this is a 3-player map, so there might be a lot of opportunity here for Cure, because there's a lot of angles of attack into the main base, for example. Just kinda, I want to see a Polt Viking, you know. I just want to see him go darken the map and you know, be aggressive, like a 2-1-1 with a Polt Viking. Be super aggressive, go around the map. I like even the 3cc approach with that, that's fine. And just get like a Viking afterwards. Send that around. Maybe even 2, you know. Try to darken the map as fast as you can. Yeah, Reaper's gonna go into the wrong direction, and Shin also goes into the wrong direction. Who's gonna see whom? Oh, it's actually the SCV, so Cure he sees the SCV, and the SCV also sees the Overlord. He sees there's no base here, so he's like, there's an Overlord but no base. Alright, let's go to the other one. The Grim Reaper has arrived. And Shin is just going for the normal 3-hatch opening here. Actually already hiding that drone. He could go for the main base over here if he wants to be very cute about this. He's just gonna hide the drone a little bit in plain sight over here for the 3rd base location. And he has the money, so he's gonna make the base. Oh, the Reaper might just die 1 HP here. He's gonna find the base. It's gonna be a 1-1-1, but on 2 gases, so this might again be cloaked banshees. Maybe you can get a little bit of a better trade out of those this time. And as you can see on the last map, we did have that pool first, right? So we had 3 queens quite early, and the creep is completely different. Like the timing and the growth of the creep is way slower, the defense of the creep is way slower, there's no tumor in the main. And finally we do have 2 queens in the front here, but that took quite a while here. Reaper tries to go in there from the natural jumping point, but unfortunately does not make it. The Hellions are gonna greet the queens here over there, and we do see the indeed cloaked Banshee coming in. No Raven shenanigans or anything like that. Like, Raven needs a rework, don't you think? It's not really good unit if it's only used in a mirror match, right? Now, Hellions trying to trade against the queen, but we already see the next 2 queens coming in here, so 4 queens are there. And Zerg just makes queens, man. Good unit. 3rd command center on the way, of course a little bit later, since this is a gas intensive opening here to get those banshees going as fast as possible. Meanwhile, well, he's trying to darken the map with those Hellions, but of course there's the Overlords, right? He flew through the Overlord over here with the Banshee. He has Overlord sitting over there and over here to see everything, so even one down here. Banshee again is gonna go through the vision, so he knows. And like, why would you do this, right? Where's the pulled Viking when you want one? When you need one? Your vision is such a big tool here in this game. I have to say, I'm a little bit nitpicky maybe on Cure, but I don't feel he's really making good choices, you know? Now we do see a cloak before going into the vision, and that's of course going to drain a lot of energy in the fresh Banshee just doesn't have that much. He's just looking for, I'm not even sure what he's looking for, maybe some queens. Now he's actually going into the main, so he was looking for the position of the queens, but I mean, he gets one drone, right? For such a big investment, like before 3rd CC into the Banshees with that cloak even coming in. And now he just has them sit here. He damaged one hatchery a little bit and he shot one drone. That's it. Is that enough, do you think? I mean, of course it technically keeps him safe and stuff like that, but honestly, like, why would Shin even try to do... I mean, he could even, yeah, he could, I guess he could do an aggressive move because he just has games to throw away if it comes down to that, right? But, yeah. Hydralisk Den on the way. And I don't think, like, Shin didn't even try anything aggressive. Like, look at this, 7 minutes into the game, he never moved out with a unit across the map. No links really, nothing really to pressure anything. Nothing to try and attack these SCVs over here. Now finally the first wave is gonna go and roam the base a little bit, sorry, the map a little bit. He just stayed on his creep, he just scouted with a few overlords. He's gonna lose a Baneling there unfortunately. Oh, is he gonna lose another one? Nope, it gets away. They keep on rolling. Now, this is a push from Cure without the Hellbats yet, because the armory is a tiny bit late. Actually, as you can see here, the upgrades are gonna finish up. The armory is not done yet, so it should be a tiny bit faster, but you should probably still be okay to transform those guys. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. And there we go. Engage comes in. 1-1 is finished up, but as you can see, no Hellbats here and no extra beef to this army. If this would have been Hellbats, maybe he just has a little bit extra health he needs there to stay alive. Second factory coming in here. Double tech production is probably gonna start very soon, unless we see the Widowman upgrade coming in. And there's the 2-2 with the combat shields coming in as well. And we should see 2 more barracks. Oh, they already finished up. So eventually we're gonna see 3 more barracks and another command center here from Kyo. On the other side, we do see only +1 being finishing up right now here, but no +2 started yet, so that's something Shin needs to fix. He's kind of investing a lot of money into Banelings and some upgrades, Overlord speed and Hydralisk speed, so he's kind of foregoing the extra upgrades here on the units, which I think is a little bit of a mistake. He has some money right now. There we go. He's gonna start that +2 armor. Banshees fighting against the queen, not really the position where I want to be in. Killed 5 drones, which is okay, yeah, it's nice, but it's actually not that big. Like, the queens, they don't really care, right? Like, Shin, 5 drones at this point, he doesn't really care that much. That's a nice trade here for Shin and sorry, for Kyo, and a good pickup. Really like that one. He shot as many links as he could without losing too many marines, and then just picked up into the medevacs and got away. Very well done. Was a really good trade, very efficient, very cute. Now we do have combat shields. We're gonna hit 2-2 very soon as well. Drilling claws coming in, so we again see the mine transition. I hope he's gonna move the factory to a reactor after this as well. We already see the extra barracks come in here, and we're gonna hopefully see some Ghost Academy shenanigans coming in soon as well. Now 4th base is finished up. It's gonna float over to the central position. That's an interesting space. If you can manage to get that set up and run in and just stick around there. That could be a nice staging point for attacks. And also, oh my god, his army is gonna get crushed. A full surround here. Easy cleanup. Oh my god, even the reinforcements just walking into a baneling there on the left side as well. And now the upgrades do finish, but he just lost the army, so he kind of is already forfeiting this position. He's going into the bottom right here and just gonna probably take that one because he's not gonna be able to stick around on this high ground here with his current force. Oh my god, he even needs to be careful here on the right. It's just not enough army to stand the ground. Oh my god, is Shin just gonna win this game here? He's rolling through every position right now. As I said, though, there's still Marines here on the right. Somehow the Banelings did not find the right connection there. And Bane's coming into the natural might be the biggest threat. If they can get into the mineral line, there might be a big bada boom. And there is 13 SCVs do go down. Make it a little bit more here. This army might not be stopped. He killed the top right ground force. He's killing everything here in the third base as well. We do see more Banelings here. Nice splitting there of the SCVs, but boom. Boom, still boom. 30 SCVs have been killed. Now the Banes, can they get a good connection here on these Marines? Oh, he's running. And he gets it done. He still has his command center. He had SCVs inside, so he still has some SCVs. He has some commands. He has 4 CCs. He's gonna lose this geyser. But he has some economy. He has production. He has potential. But there's a lot going for Shin right now. 191 supply for 100. 60 army supply for Cure. The tech is looking devastating. It's 40 Marines and 6 medevacs. That's all he has for army. No tanks, no Widow Mines, no Marauders, no Ghosts. He has no 3-3 on the way. And there's just more Banelings than Marines at this point. Everything's coming in here, flooding into the main base, flooding into the natural base, flooding into the third base. More cities dying. Technically, there might be another no KO, but I don't even think so. There we go. Shin is just gonna overpower so fast on this map, man. Cure tried to establish a 4th base and Shin said like, alright, I think that's where you made the mistake, where you cannot do anything and I just kill you right now. Boom! And he goes in, blows up the whole thing. Not enough siege units. I mean, catching that army in the top right, kind of getting the tanks there for free. That enabled him to push through. No siege units, no anchor points, not enough obstructions, not enough buildings in front on the outside for Cure to fall back to, and that Ling Bane Hydra composition was just too strong. The engagements looked good for Shin. He knew the exact angles to come in from. He caught some units on, you know, move commands as well, which was really nice. So very, very well played there by Shin. Did not let anything slip away from him. Let's go into a PVZ. The first map is gonna be Evil Heart here. Another best of 5. Great stuff. Every once in a while this Lipton iced tea is a little bit cheaper, and that's when I buy it. It's only 10 yen or something. But how much would that be in cents? I think it's like 2 cents or so. So it's not that much. Oh, maybe it's actually 10, right? Maybe it's like 8. Oh, at this point it might be just 6. Because yen is so cheap. Whatever, let's go into this next best of 5 here. There we go. In the bottom left we do have Yumi, the German Protoss player, playing for Streamer Zone. And in the top right we do have Reyna, of course, playing for Basilisk. It's been kind of a powerhouse team, of course, in StarCraft 2, and is around for a long time at this point. I want to say about 5 years around, right? Probably. That might be like what we're looking at. I want to say, yeah. No, wait. Shopify Rebellion. I'm not 100% sure, maybe even a little bit longer. But about 5 years, I want to say. they have picked up 3 players and have been constantly supporting them, and they are also doing their Big Brain About series, which is of course done by Rotti, and they have that one over there. Now, let's get into this PvZ. And Streamer Zone, of course, has been kind of coming in very late or very recent, kind of coming in very strong as well, trying to sponsor some StarCraft events. I think they're still kind of in the process there, so it's not it's not finished up. They're still in the process of getting that project running. It should probably happen, I hope, early next year. I'm gonna get some more information there probably very soon. And yeah, Streamer Zone, of course, has picked up a lot of players, so they have a bunch of Protoss players, kind of. They have Nightmare, they have SOS, they have Yuumi, they have Gerald. I think they have Parting. Parting, though, we haven't really seen compete yet, so we're kind of looking. I'm looking forward to that, to see that if he actually gets on the board and really plays some, because right now he's just kind of, I don't know what he's actually doing, so I hope he's starting to play some tournaments soon. But yeah, SOS and Nightmare, of course, are quite strong players. Nightmare took a break from StarCraft. SOS had a forceful break because of his wrist injury after the military. So he went to the military and then he had some wrist issues and that needed to take like a rehab break for like a year or something. So he's just back from that, maybe like 1 year or so now, back into his career again. And yeah, so he's still establishing himself, but we've already seen some very, very interesting and cool games from him where he has like mothership rushes and shit like that. So it's really cool strategies again. It just lacks a tiny bit on the execution, but you can see some strokes of brilliance from him here and there. So I'm kind of looking forward to him come back into his old form. Maybe this next year, the upcoming year, or in a couple of years, and you know, be the old SOS again. I hope his wrist does not trouble him too much, but yeah. Now Yuumi is gonna commit with the Adepts. He's gonna get the first drone and just lucky pop on the drones there for him. He's gonna snipe 3 drones, loses 2 Adepts. It's not the greatest, I feel like. Probably had an opportunity to throw out the Shades again and might have gotten one out. I don't think so. Like 3 drones, it's not terrible, but it's also not great, so it's like meh. But sometimes you just take the mental edge, where you're like a player like Reyna, losing drones before 4 minutes to just Adepts. It's just like something like that he doesn't really do, right? And if you can get that mental edge, sometimes that's a good start to a series. Now we do have a Void Ray first. Yuumi's gonna use that to clear around the map. Maybe he made this because he was very afraid of a Queen Walk or something. Void Ray, of course, can be very good, like a Ling All-In or so, because it does not need to be overcharged. But yeah, he moved out with the Void Ray, so now he loses this position. He does not have enough to keep this base alive against 7 Lings. And that's unfortunate, because if the Void Ray would be at home, he could have dealt with that. But now he's across the map. Can he make something happen with this? He's gonna try to go for some drones, but then the Queen moves just in, is gonna walk to the Spore Crawler there and just says like, alright, I don't even need to shoot at you, just need to walk to the Spore, and then I can always leash you back into that Spore range. Now Oracle is shooting at Lings, but it's not properly controlled. The Void Ray tried to harass the 3rd base, but still has 0 kills, not even killed an Overlord. So again, this base is delayed. It's already past 5 minutes, and usually, like even the Overlord coming in, look at that. He's gonna find, he's gonna see a Twilight, but will he see the Fleet Beacon? He might just, yeah, I think he's gonna see the Fleet Beacon. And that's terrible, because you wanted to keep this hidden. That's the purpose of the Void Ray, and of course the Fleet Beacon is scouted again, so he just throws down the 2nd Stargate. So like, alright, let's cancel it back again. Let's cancel the Fleet Beacon. No, he does not. This could be a mothership. This could be a mothership. He does keep the Twilight as well. He has the Forge as well. I don't think the Forge was seen. No, so the Forge is out of vision. and the extra gateway as well. So he's trying to fake him into, hey, I'm making... Oh, he's actually making Tempest. Hey, I'm making Tempest or any carriers or whatever. But yeah, like look at this base. It's 6 minutes, not even done yet. Usually we have those things set up at like 3:30, 3:40. That's where they start, you know, and then they take, what, 71 seconds, so they finish up at like 4:50. So before 5 minutes usually is when those bases are starting to get saturated. And now we are already 1 minute 20 behind. 1 minute 30. This is so freaking mother effing delayed. It's insane. Look at that. He already has 15 probes. 18 even. He's already oversaturated on this base. And then was the production from 2 Nexi. Usually you start with like 2 probes there or something and you keep this as well for production. His economy is down in the trash. It's so bad. Now he's throwing his Tempest just across the map because he knows there's not much anti-air except for the queens, and Tempests are not that slow right now. The Oracle finds a queen here in the north, but Reyna is just not losing any units. I mean, this is just not enough firepower to really do anything. Like 1 Tempest, 1 Void Ray, 1 Oracle. What are they gonna kill, right? He's not even gonna get the gas. Like, he's just not doing anything really to Reyna. He's damaging things, but that does not extract or create any value, any actual value here right now, as Zerg stuff just regens. Now we do lose the first Tempest. 5 Corruptors should be enough here to snipe this one. Yeah, he's trying to recall, but of course it does not work. Gets even a little bit of damage into the other Tempest here. Gets healed up by the shield battery instantly, but that... what is it? 36 HP is never gonna come back. The Oracle is gonna die as well. Throws down a Revelation. Can he? Oh my god, he's just gonna kill the other Tempest as well here. The army does move out, but there's nothing to defend here. I feel like this game, it's just not going where Yuumi wants it to go, and now he has a little bit of aggressive, aggressive potential here. It's only charge slots, so there's no AoE. There's nothing really ranged, so this army is quite weak against Roach composition as well. Like, Roaches can stand in a single line behind a mineral line, and the Zealots just need to fight one by one, but the Roaches can shoot like with 7 or so at once. So yeah, this game is so over, man. It was so over when the base got delayed like 3 times, and a Nexus, a third base, Nexus, finishing up at like 6 minutes 30 in a game like this where the Zerg was not really having any issues. He lost 3 drones, right? That was it. That's already pretty bad. And then he also needed to cancel the tech and get like something else. The fleet beacon was a failed investment. The Tempest didn't do anything, as you can see. That's a dumpster fire of a game. Next we're gonna have Winter Madness. Kind of funny. Alright, and here we are in Winter Madness. In the bottom right we do have Yuumi, and the top left we have Reyna. Now let's see if Yuumi can actually get a third base up before 5 minutes, and if he can kind of get his strategy going. He didn't really get to play his game right. He kind of played very reactive to a lot of failed approaches. He tried a lot of things, but they got like stopped before they even started, kind of, just because of the vision that Reina created for himself and all of the deflection he was able to do defensively. So Yuumi kind of put himself into a corner there in that last game. He was he was trying something sneaky. Okay, if that does not work, well, what are you gonna do? He tried to do a second sneaky approach behind that, but that did also not work. So sometimes the best thing you can do is just like try to abandon ship and not go into the sneaky thing at all, but just go into your AoE and try to take a defensive approach. Stay back and, you know, try to play the long game if the things you tried to do just failed. Reina pulling out of gas here, just going with the speed. Is going to go into a quick third hatchery. There we go, is planting that one down. He could again try to go for the snipe on the third base. He's moving some links around to see if there's any proxy shenanigans. Maybe a proxy dark shrine or something funny like that. Maybe a proxy gate. So last time we did see Yuumi trade in his adepts, his first 2 adepts, for 3 drones, and he did not have anything. He moved out a Void Ray, which he made first out of his target, and didn't have anything to defend his third base, and that got delayed 3 times. And it was a terrible choice. So now he's again moving in, and he actually throws the shades into the front, so he's kind of committed right now, and he does just get surrounded. He gets 1 drone. In the meantime, we have this one Zergling who got 2 probes behind us, so this is actually already quite bad for Yuumi again. He loses the adepts again, he loses the probes behind, but can he this time get his nexus up? 3 minutes 40 seconds, that's kind of the time where you want to take it. He's gonna lose another probe, but he will keep the nexus alive. We do have an Oracle here standing at home playing defense, and that's so crucial. This is already going, even though it's not good, it's way far away from what he tried to do with this opening, but it is way better than what happened last game, where he kind of completely gets smacked on his third base. So if this base gets up and running before 5 minutes, I mean, that's gonna be nice. And he can start to actually get a comparable economy here to Reina, even though, of course, Reina, he lost 1 drone, but he has so much freedom right now. Both Oracles standing back. Now finally they can go across the map, but he's already ahead of the Protoss in worker count. And if the Oracles are not perfectly synced up, they're gonna have a difficult time again to get damage done here. Now trying to rotate in, of course there's so much vision here for Reina, so you will see this a mile away. And he's just moving his queens in some good position. I feel like he could have snagged 1 or 2 drones here on that periphery. A Stalker is gonna defend here, an Adept being warped in behind. We do see a probe dying that was trying to transfer to this third base. But I mean, look at this. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We already have 7 guys mining here, 8 guys mining here. This tech is starting already. We do have even an AoE tech coming in, Robo Bay. When did he make a Robo Facility? He already has one here. Did he make any units out of this? Not yet. He's just starting his first one, the Observer, so he really wants to get up some Colossi maybe here. This could be a nice approach. There's like a 4-base Colossi all-in you can play with Protoss. A 4-base all-in sounds funny, but it is, because you don't really transition from that. A Stalker, Colossi, and 4 days. Basically, you go up to 2 Robos, and you make well, 4 Colossi and just Stalkers, and then you just go, and your reinforcement will be Stalkers. You can still keep on making Colossi, but the idea is you kind of keep the Colossi alive, and you just blink Stalkers around and kill everything. And yeah, in the meantime, well, the Zerg has to deal with that, right? Now, on Reyna's side of things, we do see a Spire. The Hydralisk Den is already upgrading Hydra's speed here. We already see a few Hydras coming in. So this is not a Roach game. Of course, the last map was a very close map, like a fast to get across. And that does benefit Roaches because they are quite beefy. They're a little bit of an all-rounder. Of course, they cannot shoot air units, but they can actually take some damage from air units and still be alive and deal damage on the ground. So it's like a little bit of a safety all-round unit, but yeah, if you make enough, you can of course push with those and just overwhelm, which happened there in the last game because Yuumi of course was so far behind from those Nexus cancels. Now in this game, of course, this is looking quite different here. We have a gateway wall being set up, which is actually being pressured by Reyna. The Colossus is already here though, so this should not really... Oh my god, he loses the Oracle! No! Yuumi a little bit sloppy there, and he loses a gate as well. The Colossus not really moving into position. He's a little bit afraid. He doesn't really have the extra gates right now. He went into a shield battery and cannon into his natural because he's actually playing this quite afraid. He has a lot of extra... I mean, on the third base, it makes a lot of sense right now. He has a few stasis traps as well. He still has a bunch of Oracle energy, so I feel like maybe even a couple more stasis traps would be nice. Maybe a little bit more forward, you know? They're kind of super defensive stasis traps. They're inside the army. And a Baneling Nest on the way here for Reyna, and he has a fourth base established, run in. He's going into a bunch of mutas. It's not too many though. If you take a look at this, this is like 7 mutas maybe? 8, there you go. So, and this shield battery, it's not inside the mineral line. There's no cannon inside the mineral line. This is gonna be a difficult thing to deal here for Yuumi. And Yuumi did not really get additional scouting information. He has an observer inside the base, but he still does not know about the mutas. That's actually not a good thing. He needed to be more active with his scouting, be a little bit more on point with the mutas here and there. We do see him now throw down like a shield battery and a pylon over here at the third base. He's also not trying to take a fourth base with this right now. And there's the mutas coming in. There's no Phoenix, like 3 Phoenix would be enough to clear this easily. He's trying to go in with the Stalkers. He blinked into the main, so there's no blink follow-up. The mutas already see this. There is the blink. He's gonna snipe 1 muta. The rest is gonna get away. 10 probes did die to 1 muta falling. This gateway is finally getting reestablished. That was like cancelled ages ago. So we see Yuumi is actually... It seems like he's not playing at his best. He's not as sharp in this game, even though he looks way better than the first game. So maybe he gets a good attack put together here. But Reyna, like, he's just looking as strong as ever, right? He's harassing here while the army is basically looking at him. And a few failed blinks. This does not look good here for Yuumi. Again, a drive-through here. He's gonna pick up 7 drones, please, to take out. And please make it 1 more with some hot sauce there on top. And behind this we do have... Oh my god, this is so many Banelings. 32, and there's gonna be 28 more. That's gonna be 60 Banelings. 61 even. Wow. There's 3 Banelings per Stalker almost. Now, I said this might be a 4-base all-in. This is not even 4 bases. He's gonna have Archons though with this, which are gonna deal fine with Banelings and soaking up. There's no Ravages. We do have a few Sentries in the mix, so there could be the amazing Master Force Fields. But... like, the Oracle is actually very far forward from the army. The army keeps on splitting kind of weirdly. This is like free energy you're basically gifting to Reyna there. And you're also telegraphing, hey, this is where I want to push, right? So Reyna can set up his army. Look at that, he's perfectly split into 3 groups, or 4 groups even. He's still gonna go and harass with the mutas. They've killed so many probes at this point. All of the probes he killed were with mutas, and it's 26 for 4 mutas lost. He still has 4 mutas alive. Now pushing in though, can this army kind of do the trick. He could force feed the right ramp. Oh no, he created some hallucinations. A Phoenix? What did he do there? He used up so much sentry energy, like a full force field wall on one side. Might have done the trick here, but unfortunately Reyna's coming in from all 4 angles. The right flank already has been decimated. The left flank is very strong still, but this fight, it's not the worst fight here for Yuumi. He's still standing strong, but he loses all of his Colossi, he loses most of his Stalkers, and now the Remax from Reyna is just gonna kill and overpower. I feel like there was no stasis, of course, to try and help this one out. Finally it got off there, the 1 stasis only. But yeah, look at that, no Colossus, no AoE damage here left in the army, and this was not a push that had a base behind this. This was a push that was all in. This was 5 Colossi trying to bring the pain to the Zerg, but unfortunately the Zerg just had too many painlings to throw enough pain back at the Protoss. Now shield batteries, all of that static D that was made against the Demetus is gonna be nice here in helping at least the probes survive, but I mean, he's remaking probes right now. Why would you? He has still 50 probes. It's a decent probe count. He never really went up that high anyways. Like, he was at 56, right? So he is kind of still fully saturated on the patches he has. He just remade a couple probes. I'm not sure why even. It's kind of wasted money if you ask me. He's going again remaking probes, but he's not throwing down a Nexus. He's not trying to establish another base. He's not going into Storm, even though he has the Templar archives. He's not really doing anything right now, and of course you could say like, oh, he doesn't have the money, blah blah blah, but honestly, he just whopped in 7 Zealots and a Templar. He is on aggressive with 7 Stalkers, which don't have Blink right now and are gonna get killed here. All but 2, the 1 Colossi is walking in front as well, and of course the next wave is gonna come and kill him. I think Yuumi, this map is also not gonna be one you will be able to win, unfortunately here. And Rain is just looking so solid. He never was too greedy behind this. He's only on 5 bases right now. He didn't go up to like 7 bases or something in the ZVT, right? So well, he's gonna lose these lurkers. That's a nice small win here for Yuumi. Maybe he can actually come from a funny angle, but 7 more lurkers finish up are just gonna burrow, and they're just gonna shoot down everything here. Lynx are gonna kill Colossi. Nice micro there with the pickup, so actually they will survive. That was really well done, but unfortunately it's just too much here, and Yuumi has to GG. So far 2-0 here for Reyna. Next map will be Tokamak. Just need a moment here. Alright. This is the one. Okay. Best of 5. Reyna is 2-0 currently. Can Yuumi? Can he make a comeback happen? I mean, it's almost. It feels like almost as like an impossible task against a player like Reyna. And how would you? Like, his target approach, of course, I mean, it's kind of the standard, right? But it feels like he's also denying himself different timings. There's no Twilight crazy shenanigans, for example. There's no, I guess, Robo is kind of out of the question, but he could do a very strange curveball, but to see how Reyna deals with that. And he's not trying, he's just going with the Stargate approach, of course. But it does not feel like that's enough. So maybe he needs to twist his execution if he wants to keep on playing what he has been doing. Maybe You want to keep the Adepts back and have the Oracles harass, you know? Have a little bit of a twist there. I mean, he's kind of setting that up for himself right now. He went in 2 times with the double Adept and lost both of them, of course, but he always traded for a little bit. Last time was actually worse than the first time, so maybe he should also see like, oh, Reina is kind of getting used to what I'm actually doing here with these Adepts, so maybe we want to change it up a little bit. Get the Adepts, have them at third base, defend that one, and have some Oracles actually swoop in and get a couple drones and then just move out again, because that's free damage basically, or kind of just hull damage or whatever, right? You don't pay actual money for that, it's just energy and stuff. Now there is the pinnacle of the Protoss technology, the Cybernetics core. Finally Protoss can make units that shoot. And they can do everything else. Every other tech branches of that one. You can make air units, you can make ground units, you can make AoE units, you can make psionic units, you can make invisible units. It all needs the Cybernetics core. I mean, they can't even make units that shoot without it, right? They can only make zealots, which are basically like, I don't know, like frenzy dudes who are trying to frickin' knuckle fist fight their way through whatever comes across them. So now this time we do see one Adept again being joined here with a second Adept. Is he gonna throw those in again? It feels like this map does not really lend itself to that, because the mineral line is actually behind the base here. So there's the entrance, right? And then you need to walk all over there. Meanwhile, the Queens and Lings are already shooting at you. So the minerals are really protected here on Tokamak. And there doesn't seem to be like an easy path in. Like, if the mineral would be on the left side here, right? Like this. Then you could kind of move in from here and shoot some and then go back out. But that's just not worth it. So Yuumi is gonna keep the Adepts home this time. It's a novelty here. Gonna stand ground at the third base, and he has a Oracle. Now, what is he gonna do with this guy? Is he gonna fly across the map? Seems like that's his choice for now. Of course, he needs to be a little bit careful, but yeah, 7 Lings are not going to be enough here to cancel a base against 2 Adepts in a nice position with the shielded battery coming up as well. So he's going to be quite nice and well defended there on that front. The Oracle, though, what can it find? There's nothing really at the third base, there's nothing exposed. Going into the main, there's actually a few drones trying to transfer. He's going to kill one. Can he get another one? A little bit of mismicro, I feel like. Didn't really get the perfect range there. He gets a good scout though, so he sees the lair is on the way. And yeah. Now we do see the Adepts coming in, but only one drone? Nah. They weren't synced up with the Oracles. I don't think that's a moment where you try to throw those in. As much as you don't really need the Adepts in the later stages of the game, this is a stage where you still want to have them, because now these Lings can come in, they can hit this Nexus. See, he's even whopping in 2 more Adepts, because he needs them. That could have been Stalkers. But the Stalkers are not gonna be enough against those Lings. So he kinda needs the Adept, because they can shoot 2-shot, of course, right? Oh, he's eating a lot of damage here on these Oracles. And the Oracle usage, I feel like, has not really been on point as well. So let's see what he's gonna try to do. We do see a charge lot all in here. Templar Archives. Gonna be charge lot Archon attack. Quite powerful attack. If he can get a sharp timing here, maybe that's all he needs to overpower. And also, you kind of want to have a deny on the scouting. There's an Overseer though coming in here from the southeast. Can he find what he wants to see? Can he find the Templar Archives? Can he find the Robo Bay? Can you find the extra gateways? Can you find the... I guess you can't see charge, but... Of course, the Twilight. And it seems like he's gonna get a full scout here. That's quite unfortunate for Yuumi. It's actually gonna be Storm. This might be a fake. There's the Oracles coming in and gonna snipe 3 drones there on the Geyser. That's quite nice. A little bit of damage. He keeps Reyna's drone count actually quite low, while he has a very good probe count himself. This game, Yuumi's macro is actually kind of crazy, I want to say. Oh, Reyna is kind of slouching a little bit on the macro. I'm not sure. Reyna is going for an aggressive move himself. Oh, this is like a aggressive move. Like, look at this. This is so many cannons. 3 cannons, 3 shield batteries. And he only invested 5 Hydralisks into this one. Like, you don't really see Oracles kill Hydras because there's so low amounts of them. But this is one of those situations where that actually occurred. Is he gonna cancel any of these things? Cancel them. You don't need them. He could have, like, these could have been 6 Zealots, right? Or 8 Zealots or something. For his attack. Now there is the Overseer. It's barely not gonna have enough energy for a Contaminate before Storm finishes, unfortunately, but he can delay +1 weapons, and he's gonna do so. 13 seconds, that's very unfortunate. I wonder how long this lasts. Actually, there's no timer to this. Maybe it says here, for 21 seconds, so that's actually quite big. That's 30 seconds more that this ground weapons does take here to finish up. And yeah, Reyna's just shooting at some rocks here. She's kind of faking aggression right now. This is not actually an attack. He just wants to keep the units alive as well, but he's kind of starting to see that he's not really grown at the pace which he needs to grow. 70 probes to 87 drones. Finally, he's kind of outgrowing here, but only a 5th base coming online here. Not really being able to saturate that yet. As it's making, he doesn't really have any double upgrades going. He has 1 upgrade coming in here. And he makes the 2nd evolution chamber right now, and then we see only a fleet beacon and a nexus come in. So Yuumi has been keeping on producing probes like a madman, and he's basically just going into charge slot Storm. Charge slot Storm, Immortals, a few Stalkers. They don't have blink, so if Reyna would have pulled out the Spire again, this would have been a terrible choice for Yuumi, and you kind of would have needed to make a bunch of Phoenix against that, which would have delayed all of the other tech, like the High Templars, and basically like one tactical approach for a Zerg macro idea would be you want to make like 7 Mutalisks again, try to harass the bases, force your opponent into like whatever, 4 Phoenix or so, right? Because he only has 4 Stalkers right now, and that's all of his entire, and they don't have blink. So to chase down the Mutas, he needs to have something else, which would be Phoenix at this stage, because he has a Stargate. And what you do in that time is you reduce all the gas that goes into the High Templars at this stage of the game, and you reduce the storm. So you would just go into your Ling Hydra attack, and you could have maybe crushed a base with that, with a nice sharp timing. But yeah, of course this is not the case here, and Reyna is gonna go for a very, very big drop into the main base, it looks like. There's gonna be this 1 photon cannon to try to deal with this, and in the meantime he's gonna pressure on the front. I don't think this is a committed attack, because this is mostly Lings, and a couple of nice storms should be enough here. Archons are probably gonna deal with those. Very good storm there, actually, killing a bunch of the Lings. But this is the moment. We do see the big drop coming into the main base. There's so much tech exposed here. Mothership comes in at the perfect time. It's gonna cloak the whole thing. Shoot the Overseer with a Mothership, honestly. Like, shoot that Overseer. Man, Storm, I think he did a recall into the main base here, so he's actually dealing with his army very fast, but he will have a tough time defending here on his 4th base. He has a nice setup there, though, and Zealots that were meant for harassment are going to come for a flank here, really reducing the count. We do see a High Templar unfortunately getting killed off that had maximum energy almost. Could have been 2 storms over here and over there. It would have been enough to clean out this attack, but well, the rest of the army is going to come over and is going to get some revenge here. So Mothership is there, we do see the first Tempests, and Reyna has just started his Spire. So he's going to be quite behind there in the tech swaps. Some storms to zone out the Hydras. Oh, that's a good one in the north there. Can he have one more follow-up storm there? Unfortunately, he does not have any energy left, any High Templars left there, but he still pushes this away, loses the Oracle though. Reyna is sniping high value targets, but this is not really working. He has Adrenal Glands finished up, he's still going with the Hydro Research, he is going into another base, he has 90 drones, but this style you kind of want to play with Banes. But he's dumping the gas into Lurkers, and he's not fighting every time with Lurkers, so he's actually taking more inefficient trades than he should have. And if you take a look at the efficiency, it's quite in favor here for Yuumi. And I mean, this base, in the end, it didn't get broken, so it's been operational the whole time. Full income there. And he's just saying, alright man, you didn't break my base, let's take another one. War Prism is gonna see these links, so he can decide how to deal with those. Gonna be in position. He still has a Zealot here on the left. He's gonna send a few Zealots over there as well to try and harass. That's unfortunate that there's a link scouting, which he kind of did not see, but yeah, of course the Zealots are gonna find, well, the army rotating over there. It's another Overlord coming in, Overseer coming in here, but there's no Nidus yet. We do see the War Prism warping a few Zealots into the main, but not enough here to really deal that much damage. It's gonna be recalled. But that means he does not have any recall against this Nidus Worm, and he needs to warp in some units here to deal with this one. I think 3 Zealots might just be enough. Oh, maybe there's gonna be some units popping out. 3 Lurkers, 4 Lurkers, yeah man, and a second Nidus. So there we go, for Yuumi underestimating this a tiny bit. One more Zealot might have done the trick there. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough. Now he needs to defend his 4th base. Reyna not committing too hefty though on this location. So in the end, Yuumi is kind of clearing. He's dealing with these fires. He needs some frickin' vision. Oh my god, he lost 18 probes. That's quite bad. But he already has a large army. He still has about 70 probes, so it's fine. He has 5 Nexus, so even if he loses 20 probes, he can basically remake those in 4 production cycles, and that's not like you know, too many. It's like what is it, 18 seconds, so it's like a minute and a half, even less. So that's very fast to reestablish if you really want to, right? You don't need to. And that is a terrible engage for those links. And yeah, this whole Ling attack was just fodder into the drain. Another Nidus into the main. Yuumi seems not to notice. Unfortunately for him. He's not warping anything here to deal with this. And we see a bunch of links streaming out. Is he gonna recall? No, he's gonna warp in units. Maybe a DT shrine would be nice at this point. You know, you can warp in like 1 or 2 DTs or a DT and a Zealot to just deal with these Nidus worms. The DTs are going to be fine against whatever comes out as well, because they will just shoot them down without that Overseer in a close location. But it's just a few links. They weren't really controlled perfectly. They don't have any armor upgrades, of course. And they're just 2-shot by those Zealots. Oh, some decent storms here, and he still has a bunch left. Can he make something happen with this army? We do have a War Prism here on the right. Is it gonna be taken out by these Corruptors? Seems like that's the case. But does Reyna actually have anything to deal with this army? He needs to make this Lurker defense happen. But this is so many Archons, man. We're looking at 8 Archons, that's quite a bunch. This War Prism actually was not killed off, so it's starting to warp in units into the main base. The first base has been killed off here from Reyna, and there's still so much Storm to work with. For Yuumi, can he make this happen? He's losing some Archons on the left side, unfortunately. Getting sniped by only links. But this is so many Tempests, 6 Tempests and 4 Carriers actually. So how is Reyna gonna deal with this army? Only Hydralisks? He only has 3. He only has 2 Corruptors, which did not kill this War Prism. I mean, now they're kind of going back and forth. Looks like Reyna just made the wrong composition here, and Yuumi's air transition is just uncontested. Maybe he can just push through. The snowball is starting to happen. There's nothing really that seems to be able to deal with this in the air. 14 Corruptors finally finished up, but they only have +1 armor. And on the other side, we already have +2 damage for our air units there. Of course, there's still the Archons with the +2 as well below though. And we do have +1 plasma shields as well. There's still storms to work with. So this army is just looking kind of unbeatable right now. 14 Corruptors is not going to be enough. And yeah, I don't think your 9 Ultralisks are going to help you that much in this case. Dark Shrine coming up. Blink coming up. speed for Void Rays, and he's making more Void Rays. Please take another base as well. That's the only thing I'm kind of hoping that he fixes in this situation, but as you can see here, pushing in, he might just be able to push through before the Ultralisks can assemble here. There's no chitinous plating done yet, plus 3 air weapons about to finish up, but he just recalls. Might be a brilliant move. Now he has to make a stand. Like, Reyna needs to get something done. Oh, loses another base. So Reyna lost 4 bases. He's down to 3 bases. He's almost at no mining. This is a very, like, he has 1 kind of base worth of mining, maybe a tiny bit more, I guess more in gas, but not that much in minerals. 1.5 base kind of worth of mining here. And yeah, Yuumi, he still has these bases, which are still fresh. These are still running. They're not fresh, but they're not mined out yet. And even the main base still has a little bit to work with. I guess it's just about to deplete though, but he has that maxed army still, and he's starting to build a bank. If you can kill this base, maybe, but there's the Void Rays coming in. Maybe not enough Void Rays yet, but actually they're starting to overpower those Corruptors quite easily. Turning around now, but unfortunately he spreads the damage, only kills 1 Void Ray there. A few Links coming in, trying to nip at these probes again. He's gonna kill some of them, but I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. He has still 70 probes. And that's more than enough here. He needs to establish another base. There we go. Nexus coming up finally here for Yuumi. Can he throw down here as well, please? I hope he remade a War Prism. We don't have one right now. Oh, there it is. What am I saying? He just flies in. So there's a War Prism again for the extra warp ins. He's maxed right now, so he doesn't really have anything to deal with this. And the Links are again running into the natural base, but this is Ultralisks against the full-fledged air army. I don't think you're gonna win that. You only need to win the air fight here. And yeah, there's just not enough Corruptors. I mean, 8 Corruptors, 2 Vipers are not gonna be enough. And Yuumi is finally gonna take a map. Very well played by him. It feels so like Reyna did overestimate his powers. He did not do enough damage. The army was never really dealt with from the Protoss. And he didn't have the correct unit set to deal with what Yuumi was building. And that's sometimes all you need as the Protoss player. He didn't have the Vipers fast enough. For Ire, of course, yes, and that's when the Protoss can just overwhelm if he has the air army that's not being countered, I guess. It's when you have a lot of fun with Protoss, you know. When the lasers are shooting down everything. Okay, so very nice though to see Yuumi take a map here in this set. Mothership is gonna be the next map. Mothership Ladder Edition. Place supply depots in the narrow areas to block enemy access to your base. Lower them when the loading screen goes away. So 2-to-1. Let's hop into this next one. Can Yuumi tie the series up? Spawning here in the bottom of Mothership, and in the top left position we do have Reyna, of course. He only needs 1 to close this out. Could go for a crazy all-in. Doesn't really need to play the long game. He still has a map to throw away technically. But he can also just keep on playing his style. I really want to see him do some Muta stuff though, because the things that Yuumi has been doing, it's really not been anti-Muta at all. Like, let's go back a little bit through the series. So in the first map we did have a 8 Muta commitment from Reyna, and that completely blindsided Yuumi. And in the end he was able to kill like 24 probes in total eventually with those Mutas, just swooping in one again and again, and there were Blink Stalks to deal with that. In the second map we didn't have any Mutalisks, but there was also nothing, there was no Blink even, there was only Charge. There was no Blink, there was no Phoenixes of course, so there wasn't even anything to deal with Mutas if they would have been there. And in the third map, also again, Blink came in extremely late, and then of course he went eventually into the air fleet, But before that, there was a very long period again where he didn't really have any tool to deal with potential mutas. Now, does that mean that this is gonna be a free win if he goes mutas? No, I don't think so, but it does not seem that Yuumi has been really kind of prepared to deal with them if he does not get the scout at the perfect time. So, this game, by the way, I think he went for a Nexus first. He's gonna go into a double gate follow-up here, and is gonna throw down a Cybernetics core, of course, to complete his wall. So that's a nice greedy little approach here that he kind of got away with. Now, he should go into a double adept, and that is either gonna be for some harassment, or he can just use it to really propel himself into a very fast 3-base setup. He's not gonna have the Stargate for that one though. So let's see where he goes with this. I mean, he can just go into the Stargate, of course, go into the double adept. He's going into a Stalker and into Warp Gate. Are we gonna see a Twilight opening? He has a bunch of gas though. You can just throw down a Stargate with this as well. Going into Adept next. He's kind of mineral staffed at this point still. There is the Twilight though. So it's not gonna be a Stargate, Twilight opening. That means we should see... Oh, he just barely misses the Overlord. I can't believe it. Or did he see it maybe? He does not click the Stalker into the main base. He does do it now. But if Reyna gets a scout on this, is a Twilight into a Robo, that's kind of telegraphing a little bit of an early attack. Now there's the Stalker. I think it might have glimpsed the Overlord, but maybe not. And he's not patrolling it correctly. There is a space you can move through. Look at that. The Overlord. It's going into the fire. It's cooking right now. It's cooking up a strategy how to move into the base, and it is an Adept Glaive opening. 4 more gates being thrown down. It's gonna be a total of 6. The Robo, of course, and yeah, no Nexus at this time says like, hey man, are you doing something sneaky? He sees 2 Adepts at the front. There's already a big tell, I feel like. I'm not sure if I really like the actual approach. He's trying to hit a very sharp timing. But in the end, it might just be... Oh my god, he's going in. And he doesn't see it. Now he sees it. It might be a very sharp timing. But it's a very committed one at that as well. Now, already killing 1 Adept. That's definitely worth it here. A little bit of a disaster. The Scout does go off. He sees all of these gateways. He sees Twilight Council being chrono boosted. He does not see the Robo unit, but he does see the chrono, of course, on that one as well. Now he should see the Warp Prism, so he knows the angle that's coming in. And he does see the Adepts shading across as well. Stalker staying at home, so he now needs to commit another Warp in at home. There's going to be 2 Adepts that are going to not be there in the frontal attack. There's the shield battery behind, warping in here, so this is gonna be safe, but yeah, that's 2 less Adepts here. So from these 11, there's only 9 across the map right now. And what's gonna be your follow-up, Yuumi? Like, there's no drones here. Reyna did see this in time. So honestly, you don't have to commit, you can just stay back. You see these roaches, you see no drones here. There's 17 over here. It's not like he's super oversaturated. He's going in with the Warp Prism in the main, but that doesn't really do anything. He's throwing down a Dark Shrine. Okay, so... Oh, I didn't actually see that. He's already finishing that one up. So he's really going double down here. No way! He shades into the bulk of the links, loses a bunch of Adepts, needs to warp out, teleport back. At least he keeps most of those alive. He's gonna throw down another Gas Geyser. And he starts to trade with the Adepts. Sorry, with the... DTs. There's no detection, by the way, here on the space. He did not scout that, unfortunately for him. And there's no lair, right? So there's no overseers. There's only spores, and if he could have sniped this spore and just forced Reyna to relocate the spore, but yeah. This is eventually gonna transition into an Archon drop here, I feel like. But not throwing down a Nexus yet. He's actually making 2 additional gates. Looks like he wants to really double down and make an attack happen again. There's the DTs, he's still keeping them as DTs. Not sure what he's doing with these adepts. They're kind of split up. Two are just getting caught here right now, like butterflies. And now the DTs walk in, they see the lair being done, and then just walk into a surround where one is gonna die. There's the second prison, by the way, here in the north, and the adepts are just shooting at roaches right now. They need to evacuate, walk back. Go away, go home. So he loses all adepts. He loses ADT, he loses kind of this idea of the double prism because it's revealed. 3 Archons. Warps in 1 Stalker's like, no, I kind of wanted something different. Then he says like, alright, let's warp in 4 Adepts somewhere else. At home, I guess? He warped in 4 Adepts, he's making Immortals and Adepts, yeah. Immortal, Adept, Archon. But this army is so low, so small, right? It's 43 army supply against almost 80 here from Reina. And it's about to be +1 roaches. I mean, +1 is far away. Speed is gonna be there. And roaches are just going to be good against Archons. They're not gonna be good against the Immortals, of course, but against Archons they're gonna be fine. And especially if the Archons just walk into the roach fire like that, that's gonna be nice. Already a good start here to the engage for Reina. Second War Prism is just hanging about, and he's gonna try to multitask this. But the Spore is already relocating himself there to be annoying. Now Prism coming in. He's gonna drop the 2 Adepts, shoots a Ling, and then he picks up again, goes into the main base. Rotating here to the north though. Reina did not catch this army movement, so maybe he can kill the base. I don't think Reina's gonna be in position. War Prism got sniped, but not before warping in 3 more Adepts. And he's gonna try to shade them around here, but they're not really finding a good angle. Because the army is just at home. But of course the army was at home, so this base here in the north got killed off. The roach is gonna die. And, well, this is only 2 Immortals, this is not enough. There's Ravagers with this, so the force fields are going to be broken. The Archons are in the back, that's not really where they want to be. And this is not enough firepower to deal with so many roaches. Reina about 120 army supply here, 33 roaches is almost max roach supply. And only 40 army supply here left over for Yuumi. Can he make this happen? He's warping in more and more depths. The War Prism is going to get sniped. Oh no, it survives. The Bile's missing there. But yeah. Like, this army's just walking away. It doesn't even stand and fight. It's just walking away. We're only operating on 2 bases. Yuumi is freaking dead, ladies and gentlemen. Two Immortals here and Dream. The War Prism. Recall. This is going from bad to worse. Can he... He's actually killing his own gateway because... I don't know why. Because he's fighting roaches. And his adept range, I think the range is worse. It's 4 against 4, so they have the same range. Adepts and roaches. Of course, adepts are smaller than roaches, so they're not that terrible. But yeah, you can see what's happening on the screen here. I think, unfortunately for Yuumi, his dream is over, and Reina is gonna take the series there. That was a little bit unfortunate, I feel like. Yuumi was trying a little bit too hard there to keep the all-in going, and he did not execute it correctly. We saw a lot of mistakes in the execution and the rallying of the units and fighting the actual micro, and a lot of the multitasking just was not there. And Reina just did what he does, you know. So he just pulls a rabbit out of the hat there. second here. Okay. All right. Let's do another big one here. I'm gonna see what Maru is gonna do with. No, that's the wrong one. Oop. What am I doing? Okay. That's 7. Okay. I really need to go pee. I'm gonna go pee in a moment. I'm just gonna set up the next game first. And we're gonna go into a TVZ between Maru and Shin. That's gotta be the first one. Alright, gonna be right back here. Alright, here we're back again. Let's hop into the game. There we go. Ooh, ready for a best of 5 between Shin in the bottom left and Maru in the top right, his nemesis. But Shin has been on fire, it seems like, in this matchup. And he has been looking just unbeatable against Kyo. Now, Kyo, of course, did not seem as sharp as he should be, but oh, little boy. Bam. Proxy hatchery in the back of the base from Maru. He needs to scout this ASAP. This needs to be ACV. I don't know. You could bunker rush this. You can do a lot of things here, but it feels like this is not a good position here for Maru. Shin seems to go all in with this, since he's throwing down a pool behind this. This is not gonna be a third hatch. Sometimes we see this, right? Zerg, they just make this hatchery offensively to just keep the pressure off themselves, meanwhile throwing down the hatchery back at home. and getting that additional, what's it called? Getting it back at home and getting the extra hatchery, and then get the, you know, tech up the pool up, but no gas, and then just make a bunch of queens and stuff like that. Now he's bunker rushing this. He's going for his second gas on one base. He's not making a command center right now. So Maru is trying to play this extremely safe. He is not getting a additional production facility, and he's not gonna go attack with the Reaper. That's interesting. So we're gonna see a 1-1 setup for now. There's the factory, so he does not make a second barracks or something. So he says like, alright, I wanna go attack heavy here on this approach. He's actually throwing down a second bunker for his one marine. This marine is gonna have 2 houses. Some real estate, man. Now the Reapers across the map, he tried to kill some drones, but 4 Lynx are standing guard. There's no queen though, so he may be able to get something done, but he needs to be careful because there's also Lynx coming into his mineral line. He cancelled the bunker, by the way, so he seems to be a little bit insecure about what to do. He loses the SCV. Oh my god, he stays alive. No. Now he loses the SCV. The Reaper is about to get killed here. Unfortunately, he only killed 1 Ling. He was not able to perfectly control the Reaper, so he loses out on that front, on the potential there. 2 Marines pushing down here. 1 drone is mining. There's already creep being set up. The Queen is there. Lynx are getting started up here. And what are you making? Command center now, very, very late. There's the factory. It's probably gonna make a tank. I would guess could be a Cyclone, honestly. Like, I wouldn't hate a Cyclone. There's a Cyclone. And the Reaper coming back home here is gonna snipe that drone potentially. No, it's actually gonna go into the extractor and heal himself or keep himself safe. The bunker is full now. Marines and Reaper are inside. There's not too much production actually going from this actual space here. And Shin is just making drones at home. He took the natural base and he's just droning up right now. And he has a bunch of Lynx in the front. He could Baneling bust this. He could Baneling bust this. There's a bunch of Lynx here. He just kept on making Lynx. He's going in. The Cyclone, though, should be enough. Oh, there's a fusion core. If he sees the fusion core, if he sees the fusion core, and he sees the fusion core, alrighty. There's nothing to deal with the Lynx at the front. He needs to rotate his units. He needs to repair this up. That's gonna be fine. He's gonna do that. And now he can maybe snipe that queen, which he's gonna do. There's also the drone still kind of chilling over here. And these Lynx in the main are not really gonna find anything. You think Maru's in the lead? 33 SCV, 33 drones to 30 SCVs. Maybe. The tech doesn't really look great though. He's making a battle cruiser, I guess that's something. But that was scouted, so it's not really that great. He's trying to go across the map with the Medivac right now, and there's gonna be... Well, he's dropping the Reaper to kill an Overlord. I guess he shot the Creep Tumor. But he's making... He didn't kill the drone, the lava, so he's making actually a bunch of extra Lynx. Now, if Maru doesn't see this one, he's just moving out with everything right now. I mean, look at that. He's just like, hey, this is dealt with. So he has like a bunch of Marines across the map. He's gonna have the battlecruiser in a moment. There's the Lynx. They're just biding their time. They're waiting. There's still creep. There's 4 queens at home. I feel like Maru is not in the lead. This looks actually really good for Shin. He's pressuring the natural base right now. He's maybe just killing everything. And meanwhile, he's killing everything in the main as well. Where's your battlecruiser, Maru? Oh boy, 22 SCVs. There's your battlecruiser, jumping into 4 queens and a spore crawler. 5 queens, that's where you want to be. 3 drones down. Maru's got a GG. Shin rips his heart out and eats it on the frickin' street. And then he shows a victory sign to the battlecruiser. That was a fast one. Shin really had Maru's number. Maru went kind of greedy there. I'm not sure why he goes into a battlecruiser. Like, that's 400, 300, and the fusion core. That's so much money. That could have been a 3rd command center, if you think about it. It could have been 2 extra barracks. It could have been Stim on top of the 2 extra barracks, you know? And, like, what the F, you know? He defended it with no gas. Yeah, I guess. He defended it without gas, and he defended... the only gas he basically used was for the lair and for the Ling speed. Next map is gonna be Botanical. That's a big map. Again. So, very interesting here. The first one was Celestial Enclave, one of the biggest maps in the pool, with quite the kind of macro-oriented approach with that backdoor base, and like there's a high ground for your natural as well, and then there's on that same plateau, if you kill the rocks, there's like one more base you can take, which is also protected by ramps and stuff like that. So that's actually a very nice defensible map. And yeah, it seems like Zerg players have been really, or at least Shin, he did this in a different tournament as well on the same map. I'm not sure against who, but like that's backdoor base, and just take that one and just rush his opponent from there, because people are not walling to that base, right? Why would they? Well, in the top left here of Botanical, it is Shin. In the bottom right, we have Maru. Now, what is it gonna be on this game? There's no backdoor base, so there's no backdoor hatchery. So far, standard opening here. Hatchery at home. And I'm guessing we're gonna see a Reaper expand here, at least one one barracks expand. From Maru, we're gonna see what exact unit he's gonna make. It could be a Reaper, it could be a Marine, it could be a Reactor. Those are kind of the choices. Well, you could also make a Tech Lab and a fast factory with this, but I'm kind of guessing the Reaper. It's just too good to pass on. And there we go, the good all-round unit here from the Terrans. Maru going down, is going to secure his base here on the lower ground. And this map is kind of, we saw this already, Cure against Shin. It's actually not bad for Zerg, because it's very, very big, so getting the units across for Terran is actually quite difficult. But on the other side, if Terran just plays the exhaust game, quote-unquote, which Maru showed the world that it's actually really, really strong. Bam! It jumps across the trees, burns the trees. It didn't burn the trees, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I guess. No big fire. What? Yeah, like the Reaper... the Reaper jump paths are a little bit fishy on this map, because it's not an official ladder map, unfortunately. I told them to fix it, but unfortunately AVAX didn't have the time or whatever. Didn't fix it yet. But there's a few different jump paths for the Reapers. Maybe it's intentional, I'm not 100% sure if he intended that. Oh my god, he loses the Reaper. What the... Oh my god, Maru. Maru, man! Is he flustered? That's definitely a mistake from Maru. That's not something you see. And 3 barracks? 2 barracks? He decides against the 3rd barracks. That's also interesting to see here. So 3 CCs, it could have been 3 barracks. It's gonna be 2 for now. So he's gonna throw down a factory next. Or is it gonna be the barracks after all? It's gonna be the barracks, just a little bit of different timing. So there we go. 3 barracks, a bunch of Marines basically. It's gonna be stim, no combat shields, and go, 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 pedal to the metal here. He's just gonna run across the map and try to kill Shin. It's gonna be so many Marines. Shin needs Banings against this. You need Banes, you need Bane speed. He's gonna go to a lair, that should be in time. But maybe the Bane speed is not gonna be there. And the funny thing is, this is with 3 CCs, so he's gonna have double engineering bay, he's gonna have double upgrades with this going as well. What is he delaying? Well, of course the Medivacs, of course the tanks. If he goes into a tank follow-up, the usual like 8 rags tank, like 3 tanks and a bunch of Marines going across the map with the 4 Medivacs, like that push you see so many times, that if that happens, it's gonna be so late. That's gonna be like hitting a 5th base or something. That's how late it's gonna be. Usually it hits like the 3rd or the 4th base from the Zerg, but this is just a bunch of Marines. It's gonna be stim, it's gonna be 1-1. 1-1 will not finish with this, most likely, but if he waits for 1-1, well, I mean, that could be a very powerful timing here for Maru. Of course, this barracks is producing without an add-on. He wants to keep up the production, and he's gonna throw down his factory now. He's very light on gas. He's been operating on 1 gas for like this whole duration. There's the 2nd gas just finished up, and he's going into a 3rd gas right now. And the only gas he used is a reactor, a tech lab, a Reaper, I guess, which just got found, and then the 2 upgrades, which are 200, that's 300, 325, 375, and then the extra Reaper. So it's about 425 gas, and that's all you need, and then you can kind of, you know, make us so many Marines, because like, okay, so this was kind of seen right now here from Shin. He sees the barracks, but this is like, it's actually at a timing where there could be the barracks number 2 and 3, you know, being already ready for Maru. So it's not a good moment to see that, but he sees these Marines now, so that should make this clear that there's gonna be stim very soon. He also saw the upgrades, I think. Yeah, so he sees both of the engine bays. He should have enough information. But he's going into Mutalisk. He's not going into Baneling Speed. That's a big mistake. It's not going to be enough, I think. I mean, this is 1-1 Marines. They're not going to have combat shields with this exactly, but they have stim. Now, if he fights on creep, this might be a mistake, but maybe these Marines are just a little bit too powerful. Look at how fast they shred those links. 1-1 Marines here. No medivacs. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need healing. He's just going to plow through here, it seems like. Now, 1 more stim is actually going to deplete a lot of the health. The combat shields might come back just in time here. Maybe they're just a little bit late. He's shooting down so much. Shin is trying to disengage whenever stim is active, of course. Now, if you stim 1 more time, oh, you're going to eat away so much health from your Marines. And unfortunately, all of them die, but I think he traded quite brilliantly. He killed 4 Mutalisks from that big Muta commitment for Shin, and he also killed 47 links. He lost 22 Marines. That's a bunch of Marines. And of course, if he waits for his medivacs, or if he kind of makes them join up with those, that would be amazing as well. But in the end, I feel like getting the Muta count that thinned out. Look at the workers. He's 61 workers to 55. Shin is just starting up his 4th base. The 3rd base, it's not even fully saturated, but for Maru it's already at 16 SCVs here mining, so Shin is not looking good in this map. He has a big army right now because he dealt with that aggression, of course, and now he needs to decide where he wants to go with the Banelings. The Banelings needs to work through the supply depots. Now they're coming back here trying to kill the Marines, but there's just a little bit too much firepower. Oh, he doesn't get a good hit on that clump. He does kill 14 SCVs, but he does not kill the medivacs. That's a key point of this moment here, of this fight. And he only keeps 3 Mutalisks alive, so he cannot really chase the medivacs as well. If Maru just decides now, alright, we have Widow Mines, we have Marines, we have medivacs. He's about to hit. He already has 4 medivacs right now, does he? Is it only the 3? It's only the 3. It's still enough. He can't just go across the map. He can't put the pressure to Shin. He can't hold down the Marine key. And it's gonna be 9 at a time joining the fray here. There's only 5 mutas right now. It's not enough to pressure this force. It's not enough to go through a turret. Like, losing so many Mutalisks, already 9 in this game. Imagine he has, what, 15 right now. That's a whole different ballpark, right? He invested so much into this attack, he killed a bunch of economy, but maybe it was already too late. He's only producing economy behind this, not have enough units. Let's see, did he do the correct balancing act? He's killing the Widow Mine, he kills a bunch of the Marines, but maybe this Marine line is just a little bit too deep. Gets a good connection there on the end, 2-2, about to finish up though. And only 1-1 halfway done here for Shin, I didn't even notice. The upgrades are super late. The Marines are gonna be superheroes in a moment here. With that upgrade lead, they're gonna be unkillable for the mutas, unkillable for the links. Only Banelings can really hit them, but they're gonna be shooted or killed so fast with that 2-2 damage. The Widowmine is gonna get diffused there. That's quite nice. Actually, he will kill that one, but he does eat a hit from the other one. So Maru is staging an attack over here. He's just rallying to the front. He has a 4th base behind us. This is no ways in all in. He's going to his 3-3. A Widowmine connection on top of all the Banelings, and that's gonna be basically the hope going there for Shin. GG Maru. One smooth, swift attack. And then the follow-up attack, and then everything falls apart for Shin. Maru focusing on the correct things there. Shin did not really get away with what he was trying to do. He didn't identify the correct solution to the problem that Maru was throwing at him. And Shin tried to... He had the Baneling Nest, but no Banes. He tried to just do this without any Banelings. I mean, against Stim, of course, it's gonna be difficult, but you're gonna be on creep, right? So you still have a good chance to get at least a Baneling in range. And there's no combat sheets, remember. So they stimmed once, no combat sheets. I think they're gonna be one hit after that. Even if they're not, they're gonna be like 1 HP. So every Muta bounce is gonna kill 3 Marines. Yeah. Of course, Banelings snipeable, right? But Mutas also. In that situation, he just could have only stuck... He like only sniped the Mutas because like you're not gonna snipe the Lings. Right? Doesn't make any sense. They have Botanical. Next one is gonna be Mothership. Okay, let's see how this is gonna go. So far we're looking at a 1-1 situation here. Shin, can he get his first win against Maru? His absolute nemesis. Maru was the player who denied Shin a championship in a GSL. And the issue is, well, we haven't really seen many GSLs in recent days, so who knows how many are gonna be there, you know? Alright, we are ready to go into the next map. There we are. Mothership in the bottom center position. It is Shin in the top right position. We do have Maru. Top right position is quite nice. The add-on over here, of course, is gonna be inside. This is kind of in the wall, I guess. The bottom position would have been better. The left position would be the worst for Maru. At least the structures can help wall off from the add-ons. But it's gonna be a flimsy wall, of course, with like a Tech Lep or something with 250 HP. Pooh first. Shin, what are you up to? So maybe this is a defensive play because he expects barracks in the center. But there is just a Reaper Expand coming here from Maru, so yeah, this is gonna be a nice small edge here for our Terran player. Shin going all in here on the gas mining, going very fast at that. Is actually sacrificing a bunch of mineral income right now. What is he waiting for with this? He's actually waiting to make links right now. He's saving up the lava. He's not making additional drones right now. And of course he's gonna go back to mining. So he will keep on 1 in gas and then have the full saturation on the minerals. And he's just so light on drones. He's making 6 links, making a queen, and he's getting the spawning pool, sorry, the spawning pool upgrade. On the other side, Reaper into Marine here. If you can find these links, that would be nice. But if Shin, he sees the Reaper now, with the Overlord of course. If Shin moves the links in the correct direction, then he could potentially get a cancel on that base. There's only going to be 1 Marine here, that's not going to be enough. Maru is saving up for the second command center here. And Maru does see the timing on this base, so it's like, alright. Where are your links? Well, surprise! He catches the Marine, he catches the SCV. Is that gonna be a cancel? We'll have to wait and see. The Reaper should go home. He did get a quick check into the base here. He's gonna cancel the command center, and he's immediately going to throw down another one. He throws down an additional barracks, and now he needs to repair up his supply depots. There is no Baneling Nest done yet, so there's no potential to break through yet. Shin is going to make 3 more drones to fully saturate this base. Oh, he's actually going to saturate the one here low down here, but he's producing more and more lings. It's going to be a Baneling bust. He's going to bust open this wall. He does have enough Bane. 6 is all you need to break a supply depot. And that's the 6 links over here. They basically already have the name Baneling attached to them on the forehead. They're just waiting until the actual tech is there to finish up and morph into those Banes. Tech Lab 211 might be the choice here. Double engineering Bayman. Maru playing this quite greedy behind this. He has not identified that this is going to be a Baneling bust yet. Oh, you only need 5 Banes? Yeah, of course. And then the one that gets sniped, because it's the first one. So 6 Banes. He's gonna move in with 5. He waits for the last one. He kills both supply depots. Of course, they have already been damaged here by the links, and he will get in. We need to get a quick re-wall here. Maru, is he gonna fall apart to this Baneling bust of all things? He did not have the correct responses. He's fighting with SCVs, he's losing so many SCVs. He has 3 CCs though, GG. Shin gets a win with the Baneling bust in 2025. When was this game released? 2010, 15 years ago after the game was released. 15 years ago after this was figured out. Cyril doesn't do this, yeah. Cyril doesn't do this. Wow. Shin, what a baller. 2-1. If he does this one more time, can he get one more win? So the cheesiest games have been going to Shin in this series so far. Does he need to throw one more in the ashtray? Is that all he needs to do to finally beat his nemesis? Next map's gonna be Winter Madness. Let me get a quick look where it is. Is the wrong one? There we go, Winter Madness, that's gonna be it. So can Shin close it out on Winter Madness? Winter Madness is a big map. Mothership is also a big map. I guess you can do it on every map, or in any map you want, if you just execute it correctly. Maru did not expect this, and well, he had to pay with the map win. Alright, let's hop into the game here. Up 2-1. Who would have thought this? It is Shin. And in the bottom right, we do have Maru. The unlosable matchup for him. He has never lost a series. Like, best of 1s, yeah. Maps, yeah. A best of 3? No. A best of 5? No. A best of 7? No. Anything that goes past 3 maps. Like, if this would have been a best of 3, Shin would have gotten the W, the first best of 3. But I think he took 2 maps in best of 5s before against Maru. So Maru, is it gonna be the Reaper expand again? I think, yeah, you kind of want to keep on doing this. Maybe you want to throw in an SCV scout, honestly, before the Reaper scout, just to like keep the Reaper at home and create safety at home. Because if he had the Reaper at home in the last game and he just kills the links, the CC doesn't get delayed on the low ground and finishes up before the Baneling bust ever happens, he probably forces Shin into a completely different game, and he can play his game. And in the longer game, I don't think Maru is gonna die against Shin, honestly. He just seems to be a tiny bit too good to get broken. There's the SCV scout. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Now he can decide if he needs the Reaper at home, if he sees fast links, for example, or if he can just be aggressive with the Reaper and be safe behind that aggression. He just needs to see the timing on the hatchery, and he sees it. He still keeps the SCV in the front here to just be ultra safe. And you will see the Lynx. I guess not, because they're not gonna commit to the low ground. They're just gonna stay on the high ground. He wants to see the drone that moves out, maybe to try and take the third base, or place like you know, if there's one to sneak out into a location of a third base. Take that a little bit later. And there we go, first queen already coming down here. It's gonna shoo away the Reaper a little bit. And Maru is quite safe behind this. It's the command center is gonna finish up, the factory is gonna finish up, the reactor is gonna finish up, we're gonna see Hellions, the third base is started, and we're gonna see a commitment to a second gas soon here. And I'm not sure where the Reaper is going. What is he looking for? Is that like, he's looking for like a hidden base? Like, do you have a base over here? If he had one over here, right? With the extra, the additional geyser there. The purple gas. Maru, you're definitely going into the wrong base locations. Check. Now, Leia coming in. It's a very fast Leia, 2 bases. He only has 1 gas. So this is not a super heavy meter commitment, but it's just extremely fast. He's not even fully saturated on these bases. So what is his plan? We don't know, but fast sim has been always good. A second barracks has been always good against a fast Leia from Zerg. So Maru is basically doing everything right, everything going correctly here against what Shin is doing, whatever he could do. He's gonna pressure a little bit. He's gonna lose the Reaper though, a little bit unfortunately. Only gets a link for that. That's a good trade for Shin there. Nice position on the queens, just on top of that ramp. Nidus. So Shin is gonna try to do another one, but this is a 2 barracks. Why do I say this is the correct approach from Maru? Because 2 barracks is gonna have enough Marines to deal with a Nidus. That's all he needs. He's gonna have a bunch of Marines, and they will deal with that Nidus, because look at that. Like, whenever the Nidus is gonna be there, even if it goes up here in the corner where he doesn't see anything, he already will have like 8 Marines or even more, and he's gonna have a fast Stim. Stim is about to finish up in a moment here as well. That might just finish during the fight. He might not have any Medivacs, so no healing, but this is usually the counter. Usually you just have the firepower to out DPS whatever the Zerg is gonna throw at you, because this is just a Ling Queen Nidus. And he has these structures here as well. He's gonna scout this most likely with this command center just before it finishes up, or maybe just as it finishes. Yeah, just before it finishes up. So look at that. Look at that amount of Marines. 11 Marines. He's pulling the SCVs here quite nicely to block for his Marines. He still has the Hellions with that as well. We do see Shin trying to deal some damage in the natural, but the Hellions are going to be there to deal with that. The third base is uncontested. There's not enough links really to overpower this army, and there's just more and more Marines coming in. The natural is still mining very healthy. That's a very crucial point, because he can't keep up the production. He's making a tank. He has the first Medivacs. He does Stim. He's going to completely wreck all of this. So much firepower. Shin, what are you doing behind this? 3 drones, 2 links. He's so far away from a healthy economy here. He just has a bunch of links. He does not have any Bane links. He does have 5 queens. That's not even 7, which you're usually gonna have around this time. And he's trying to do some SCV harassment. But the Hellions are gonna be enough here. If controlled correctly, these Hellions are gonna be more than fine to deal with all of these links here. A tank is gonna siege up, get a nice shot in as well. He might even not kill the tank because of the repair. Oh yeah. Look at that. That was a terrible engage for Shin. This game is falling apart very quickly here. I don't think Shin can deal with this double drop of Marines here. Gonna snipe the first queens potentially. There's a Baneling that's trying to get up behind this, but Maru, I think he could have just pushed through. He's gonna pick up, take the safe route. He does not have the 1-1 upgrades, of course. Those got delayed because he got Nidus wormed. Shin is trying to stay alive desperately and making units while he wants to actually make drones. Look at the saturation, 9 out of 16, 3 out of 16. It's a terrible, terrible economy here for the Zerg. And Maru is gonna be exploding in a few moments. 3 barracks coming on behind this. He has 1-1 halfway done. Combat shields halfway done. He's just pressuring with this double drop right now, just keeping his opponent back. He's making another command center. He's throwing down a factory. We'll take a look at the income advantage, spiking to a crucial 1.3k advantage over Shin in a minute. That's like, what, 3 extra command centers and some change, you know? In 1 minute. That's how far he's gonna be ahead of Shin in 1 minute. 3 extra bases. Potentially, right? If he wants to do that. Sniping a few Banes, it's very expensive. Shin needs every unit. He is kind of getting into Baneling speed. Way. And, well, we see the push now. But this is so many Marines for Maru. They have 1-1. And Shin did have 1-1 on the way, but he's cancelling that. He sees the units move out. So, alright, we need as many Banes as we can get here in this defense. And he's gonna have a fair amount. He's gonna have Baneling speed. So, what, 13 on the way. They're finished up 26 Banes, but Maru is just... he can just move back. He doesn't even need to fight right now. He doesn't know this, but he delayed the upgrades. He gotta cancel already. That's all you need. He forced units. Now halberds are here. There's no tanks with this, but he can just pick up... oh, that's a good connection though. That's a good connection. This fight went definitely for Shin. Look at that. Maru, he destroyed a little bit more resources, but man, those Banes, they did some good connections there. Again, the defense is looking okay. And he got a few Banelings in at the same time. 8 SCVs did fall, but it's still a far way here for Shin to try and bring this game back here. He's starting to mine out in the main. He needs a 4th base, but can he actually stretch? His defense is so thin. Maru might just multi-prong attack him. He's gonna do a medevac drop with 4 Widow Mines into the natural, it seems, and then there's gonna be a push to the bottom left base, the 4th base, trying to establish itself right now. Maru, of course, his own base is gonna morph into a planetary. He's kind of going uncontested there on the other side of the map. And his marine force is gonna be tough to deal with, but he kind of is not moving as good as, you know, sometimes he does. As he might need to overpower here in this moment. And Drilling Claws about to finish up here for those Widow Mines. Oh, they're not gonna get dropped there. That medevac kind of just got killed by the Queens. That's a good defense against this mine drop. Very nice defense. They literally did not kill anything. That was the best possible defense for Shin here. I think he only got literally like 13 minerals from the cancelled Spore Crawler. That's all he did. So that's the only actual damage he did. But this time it's gonna be people with you know, weapons dropping behind that mineral line, and there's one in the main as well. Not enough Banelings to keep both fronts safe. The natural get pushed away, but he loses 10 drones. He might lose the lair. Can he defend this one? Maru might just have too many units. Oh yes, he has too much firepower. He's gonna focus down the lair. He's gonna pick up the rest. Gonna go into the medevacs. GG is gonna be called. Maru just tie up the series. Q brought no mines. Maru brought no tanks. Yeah, exactly. Very well done here by Maru. So, series 10 up, 2-2. Shin. He tried another all-in. It was not quick enough, maybe. Oh, Punika Lord. 3.500 Bits. Danke dir, Daniel. Mann, das ist eine Weile her. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Danke. Thank you so much. A old friend from childhood days, Punika Lord. That's a Christmas bonus from him. I hope he's well. I think we go back like to middle school or something. When we all were back in puberty. So, we have a last map in this best of 5. It comes down to this map. It's gonna be Magnetic North. Can Shin overpower Maru here, or is Maru gonna run away with the series again? 2-2. In the north of Magnetic North, we do have Shin. In the south of Magnetic North, it is Maru. Does this benefit Maru? Haha, have a good rest. I'm gonna message you on WhatsApp probably tomorrow or later today during the nighttime here. Maybe you're up again. But good to hear you well. What's it gonna be, guys? Is it gonna be a long one or a short one? I'm kind of feeling a long one for some reason. Like, both players have been crazy in cheese from Shin and response. Crazy response from Maru. Remember the battle cruiser he tried to make against the proxy hatchery in the first game? As a reaction, all on top of that. Yo, I don't know, man. This has been a really crazy series. I don't think there was a map that went longer than 15 minutes. Pretty sure, maybe not even 12. Pretty sure everything kind of rounded out in about 10 minutes or less. Like the fastest one wasn't even 5 minutes. That was the Baneling Bust. I'm pretty sure that was under 5-minute game. Now, how is this gonna look? We kind of want one long game, don't we? We want to see Shin throw his everything at Maru and Maru just defend it and exhaust him and then win the series. Or maybe Shin finally being able to break Maru, beating him at his own game, you know. That's kind of what I want to see in this series. We haven't seen one of those games yet. It has been action-packed though. Like, there has been action basically all time long. But it's more of the finesse kind of portion of the game where you need to be very accurate and in your execution with smaller amounts of units. Nice, alright, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna check out until 1 AM. I can probably catch you guys. Third command center. Yeah, I was thinking Battlefield. Battlefield looks kind of fun, a new one. Maybe I'm gonna buy it. 3 command center. Factory. And double barracks again. So another 2-1-1. Maru, who has been the advocate of 1-1-1 openings for the past 3 years, is going into a new standard, it seems. The marine heavy style. It seems like this is a safer approach against most things that the Zerg throw across the map, namely Nidus, namely Mutas. It is weaker against Roach Ravager attacks, I want to say, because you will still have a lot of firepower, but you don't have the actual tech to deal with this. Because you're not gonna have enough to overpower the Roaches, and Marines just are not the best against Roaches. So maybe this is a weak point. Maybe like a Roach all-in could break Maru, but then again, Shin is not known for being a Roach player. He's known for being a Baneling guy. He likes his Banelings. He's one of those people who goes up to 80 Banelings in a game if he has to, if he can, you know? He wants to do that. He likes that. He wants to throw them at you and just break everything apart. He likes explosions. He likes fireworks. He doesn't want slow Roaches crawl across the map and spit some acid. He wants to blow your army up in one sweep and then win the game like that. Now Overseer morphing in. It's gonna hopefully get a good scout here. This is a armory, so there's no upgrades yet. There's 4 Hellions. There's gonna be Hellbat push. 6 Hellions. We see more Hellions coming in. The starboard has not been swapped, and if we can see a scout here on that from Shin that might be very crucial, because you want to kind of have Banelings against this. He's going into a double evolution chamber and the Hydralisk Den though. This is not looking as good. The Hydralisk Den might be nice. He's gonna have 7 Hydras. There's gonna be a nice block here with a Changeling, but he still does not see the actual army. He does not see the armory. He needs to get the scout. He needs to know what's up, because so he can make a bunch of units. He's already accumulating his units. He saw a general move out. Now he sees the Hellions in front of his base. He still doesn't know about the armory, but there should be the morph very soon here. There it is. Hellbats. And now you're kind of afraid. Oh, how do I engage this? Now the Hydras can snipe the Hellbats, but they are beefy. They take some time to exhaust that health. And during that time, the Marines are shooting away at those Hydras. And if he can overpower the Hydras, he might just be able to win the game. The reinforcements are kind of getting stuck on those queens here. 5 queens coming from behind. Now he's trying to snipe as many drones as he can. He's even keeping the Marines on the low ground. The medevac does get sniped. 8 drones are gonna fall. Is this enough? Was this enough? Maybe it was. 8 drones. The third base is quite low saturated. 1-1 upgrades are quite far ahead here. Well, at least a little bit ahead, I want to say, for Shin. It's not all bad, but it might have been just enough to help Maru establish a very healthy mid game here for himself. He's gonna throw in a couple of Widow Mines. The defense has been so far insanely good against Widow Mines. This time, it's not that great. Oh, shoot. Man, Maru's being annoying now. And he's gonna settle for the last one. There we go. But that was so much mining time. That's insane. Look at this. It's like... So this is 5 minutes. This area is 5. That's like 30 seconds of mining time gone. And 30 seconds of a 1500 mineral advantage. That's 750 minerals that Shin is missing. It feels like. Or maybe even more. Like in comparison, I guess, to Maru. Because they were about even. Maru might have been a little bit elite, but they were kind of even here. And yeah, look at this. Now he's in the lead, of course, because he also killed some drones. And he has the mules operating, but yeah. It's like 500 to... I don't know. It's so much money he's missing, it's insane. That was a very long time. Now 1-1 is gonna finish up here. 5 barracks are gonna finish up. We do see the tank production, medivacs coming in 2 by 2. And the Hydras are gonna defend the creep for now, but a little bit did get pushed back. Of course, the Queens are they kind of only established creep in the south for now. The magnetic north is it's starting to get creeped up, but like he used a lot of energy on transfuses. He also did he lose a queen? No, he didn't lose a queen, but he only has 4 queens, so he never really made that many queens to begin with. And yeah, he's only gonna have 1 queen per base, which means if he's macroing correctly, he doesn't really have that energy to stack up for any creep tumors. So he's gonna have a difficult time actually establishing the creep, or re-establishing. He needs to make some queens. Maru is pushing in though. He's tightening the noose right now. He's gonna snipe that 4th base here in the north, and then he's gonna push down that ramp. He has a couple of tanks set up here quite nicely, which are gonna cover the Marines if they fall back against the Banes, and the Banes have all been depleted. Now it's only Hydras. Hydras against Marines with healing on top of that. Combat shields that finish up. It's 1-1 against 1-1, so there's no upgrade advantage yet, but man, the army is just falling apart for Shin. The healing is better for the Marines here. The tanks are starting to move forward a little bit. More and more Marines streaming in here, and the Zerg army is just bleeding dry. 40 supply left here for Shin in that army against 60 for Maru. And it just seems that this in-between position might be a little bit too tough, but maybe Shin accumulated enough Hydras to at least get the junction back to himself. And if he can get this position back, he's going to be able to reinforce with links now. He's going to be able to accumulate his army again. Now trying to come in again here, but maybe it's a little bit too much. The upgrade's not finished yet for Shin. +2 armor is actually going to be faster than the one from Maru. The attack upgrade, that is. But it is not going to be in time before this game is over. Now, oh, I guess it is still there. But, I mean, the game is already over. GG. Maru, again, pulls through. Takes the W here over Shin, and man, that was an unfortunate end there for our Zerg player in this best of 5. He almost got the win over Maru. That's crazy. But again, Maru, his nemesis, seems to not be able to lose to Shin. Alright, so what are we gonna do next here? I'm gonna do one more game. Not sure. What do we have here? I guess we'll do one PvP to finish off the day, just because PvP tends to be fast. Where is it? This one? Okay. So we start with Mothership. In a PvP hero against Zaun here. It's best of 7. But, I mean, you know, 7-minute average map time. It's gonna be still fast. Alright. Let's hop into this one. In the bottom left, playing for team T1. It is Hero, and in the top right, not the bottom left, what am I saying? The bottom center. In the top right, playing for Team Vitality, it is Zaun. Hero against Zaun here in a best of 7, excuse me, not a best of 5, just fixing that one up. It's a PvP. How many proxies are we gonna see? Every game, every second game, every game double proxy from both players. This is a difficult one to proxy on because it is a 3-player map right off the bat. So where do you proxy your robo, right? It's quite difficult here. So far only Hero going out for a scout is gonna find the place where his opponent is not. And he tried to adjust the angle the probes comes from, so it looks like he comes from the top to Zaun, yeah? See a double gate for both players. Oh, nice. Is this for real? Yep. But Zaun didn't scout. He doesn't know. So this has to be Twilight. And Hero, he did scout, so this could be a robo. I wanna give the edge to Hero here. This has to be a Twilight. He could make a Stargate, but that wouldn't make any sense. Like, he would only be close to one position, but very far to the other one. There's the robo from Hero, and he will just walk away, and then we will see... Zaun is actually making units first, so He's still keeping the probe around. It could be a DT shrine. But yeah, there's the Twilight. And he's also gonna move away the probe, so it's gonna be either a charge or blink. Most likely blink, of course, here in a PvP. It's very rare we see charge or glaives. Especially if it's proxied. Stalker's gonna catch the first probe here, that's quite nice. This is so funny, man. This is literally one screen away. It's not even one screen, it's within one screen, and it's a very small screen. I can even zoom in a little bit and still see them. Look at that. I can do a full zoom in and still see both. That's how close this is. Now double adept. Coming across the map. One adept here for Zaun. There's nothing in the wall for Hero right now. Might be an opportunity. I don't think there's a shield battery. Oh, there's about to be one actually. Maybe he's just fast enough. He comes in. Can he get a kill? He gets the first one. He might get another one. There's the shield battery finishing up though. And on the other side, adepts have just been deflected. So far, so good here for Zaun. He's just starting to deplete the energy. There's nothing dealing with this adept. And eventually he will be able to get kills. We need to see some units here. He's trying to boost down or burst down one of the probes. Of course, an adept does deal a little bit of damage. I think 2 per shot. But at the same time, Hero's breaking Zaun here at home. Zaun, is he maybe focusing a little bit too much on that adept aggression? And Immortal is shooting away and shooting through the energy from the shield battery. But in the end, the adepts move away and the burst damage is not enough. Can the Stalkers finish off the Immortal? Yes, they can here. That's a good deflection. The first Immortal does fall. 4 probes though go down. The Adepts are gonna shade out potentially at least 3 of them. Get back to safety here. And Hero has a Stalker chilling at home right now. We do see Blink being researched. Maybe this is an advantage here for Zaun. He did get that Immortal. And he's gonna have Blink. He already has a good amount of Stalkers. He did not lose too many Stalkers to that Immortal. I think he only lost 1 maybe, or maybe 2. Yeah, see, he only lost 1. This is a really good start here for Zaun. You couldn't even imagine this better. He gets the Warp Prism Snipe as well. This is going insanely good here for our Blue Protoss player. He kills 2 of the Adepts, only 1 to shade out. 4 probes again do fall, so the economic advantage does go to Hero, but it's not unrecoverable. And he does have the undeniable tech advantage. He has the undeniable army advantage, I want to say. Let's have a look at the actual units. We don't have an Immortal though. We need to be careful here. If he can get that back home. But if he could have kept that Warp Prism alive. Oh, the Immortal is going to be caught. Oh. He sees it. He sees it. He's going to snipe away at the Immortal. He's going to blink out. Oh, this is not even going to get recalled. Yeah, see? He has an Observer right now. He has 1 Adept running into 2 Stalkers. This is not looking good. We're making a weapon point here in the front. He does have a bunch of sentries and he has to force field the ramp on the low ground, but you can actually move in there. Yeah, now you can't. There was an opportunity to blink in for our Protoss player here first, for our Blue Protoss player of course. But yeah, you can see that he has no chance to get any high ground vision, so he cannot blink past this force field. But yeah, like, there's 1 force field left basically. Knock knock. Behind this we do have 2 Adepts shading in here, killing another 4 probes. Maybe he can make it 5, maybe he can make it 6, but that's about gonna be it. And there's nothing really to deal with these Stalkers, is there? I mean, it's not enough. There's no robo units here. There was no Immortal being made and recalled. So now we do have the high ground vision and he can just kill off the, not even a backup pylon for these gateways. What was Hero doing, I wonder? Oh, he was trying to get into a Dark Shrine. Now the Dark Shrine is seen. There's gonna be DTs, but there's only 1 DT because there's only 1 warp gate. He does have money, but he doesn't have the warp-ins. There's a second warp gate. The DT is uncontested. There's no detection. There's no tech to make detection. This could have been a win for Hero, but I mean, you can just basically walk away from the DTs and keep on blinking and kill everything in the main. And in the meantime, he's making something at home that's gonna be, you know, too much to deal with. And again, he loses the warp-in power. The warp-in still goes through. And yeah, the DTs are slowly chewing away at this army, but I mean, he's losing every probe. in the meantime. Yes, he's losing every probe, look at that. 18, 20. In the meantime, he has a force field at home blocking the DT from coming in. He's gonna make a observer, and GG is gonna be called. Zaun does take the first map, and I said 7 minutes. On average, we're at 7:29 for this one, so we need to have a map below 7 minutes for the next one. Or the average is not. It's too much. Tokamak is gonna be the next map. One over zone. Tokamak. There we go. Best of 7, 1 over zone. Let's hop into the game. Tokamak, top right position, Hero, bottom left position, Zaun. Now let's see what both players do. Do we see a cannon rush in this series? I don't know. One base versus one base every game. I would be so happy. Might be. We never know. But there are definitely maps where it's gonna be difficult to one base. And it just lands yourself with that high ground wall or ramp on the natural. There are some, it's a best of 7, right? So some maps will have that eventually. Unless Zaun 4-0s and every map is like a flat ground map here. This one, Tokamak is definitely, so this should not go into a one gate expand here, unless someone is gonna be a little bit crazy and says I can deal with that, I can be the max packs you need. Hero again is gonna scout across the map quite fast. He will find the double gate from his opponent. And of course double gate himself. So standard Protoss opening here for both players. You can still of course expand behind the double gate, you just have the double production, right? You make your first 2 units and then you just can put a Nexus down, skipping the next units, and then chrono boost your additional units or something afterwards, you know. There's a lot of things you can do in double gate against double gate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bye-bye probe. That's actually quite huge. So now what Zaun could do is he could just skip the first units and make a Nexus. He could skip those, make a Nexus, and have like a later double Stalker. Because he still has the vision inside, there's no way to block the Nexus. And yeah, he still sees his hero is trapping the probe as well, so he's investing money into that. And yeah, basically the ball is in Zaun's court right now. He could do something different, but he's just making units, so... And a little bit of long distance mining. Double Adept following this up. One Stalker is walking across the map, the second one's gonna follow soon. We see a Chrono on a Stalker for Hero, and yeah, you can still make that Nexus, of course, on the low ground if you keep on producing, because eventually you're still gonna hit too much money, because 2 gates are not gonna be enough to keep up spending the money from one base, right? There's the double Stalker, gonna pressure the frontier, he's gonna sneak out the Adepts, but now he kinda needs to use them in the fight here. He will kill or trade one Stalker for a Stalker, second Stalker is gonna join here. If you could get the Sentry, that would be amazing, but the Shield Battery is gonna keep this all alive. Don't lose your second Stalker, Hero. Actually coming in with a third Stalker. Hero's last name is Stalker, by the way, if you didn't know it yet. Man, almost shooting down that sentry. Now he can pressure the pylon. This is going actually quite terrible here for Zaun. Warp gated complete. He's gonna try to push down the ramp, but a nice force field comes in clutch here from Hero actually. Force fielding off 2 of the sentries. So he can still keep on pressuring this low ground. Can he kill that shield battery? Probably yes. Another sentry comes in. And he can again split up the army there from his opponent. Yes, he does so. He gets a sentry there. The depths did shade away. And yeah, Hero has, well, he has a position here, but I don't think he can hold this for much longer. Adepts are across the map. I'm gonna probably intercept the reinforcements. And he's gonna recall. Okay, I don't hate this choice. Maybe he had kind of the same army there, but he didn't have energy on the sentries. Maybe he could have tried to do one more force field ramp trick, but he didn't do it. So in the end, he kind of is forced to recall, I guess. And he doesn't exactly know what's the tech follow-up here, so he might have been in a troublesome position with whatever ever comes down that ramp. So in the end, it looks like both players still are kind of even here, but there's an Oracle on the map for Hero, and like the supply is the same, right? Army is the same, supply is the same, the actual units are quite the same. There's only slight difference here, adepts against a couple of adepts against a couple more stalkers, and there's the Oracle. But that's the big deal. The Oracle against the faster blink. Now, the blink starts here for Hero, and the blink is about halfway done here for our Protoss Zaun in the bottom. But now the Oracle comes in. It was seen, so it doesn't get too much done, I guess, here. But it can always fall back. It can throw down stasis traps. Has a lot of potential to still deal damage. Now more and more Stalkers being warped in here for Hero. Hero is massing up a bunch of Stalkers. Both players going into a third base, which is actually a little bit faster here for Zaun, so that's a nice W for him. He's also going to have a faster robo facility, which is also going to be nice for him. He's going to have that Prism, he's going to have that Immortal Production, he's going to have those Observers as well, to get some map vision out. And Hero is saying, alright man, I have a third Nexus on the way, it's time for me to be aggressive. Let's kill you. So Hero does not have Blink right now, and there's Blink for Zaun, so this should be a more efficient trade for Zaun, but Hero has 4 more Stalkers, so it's still going to be difficult. There's going to be shield batteries finishing up in a moment, but I don't think they're going to be powered because the pylon gets sniped. A wall of force fields here being created by Hero. Hero has no... How is he making this work? He has no Blink. He's just... And he didn't lose any Stalkers. It's insane. That's the Stalker he lost in the early game. Oh my god, look at this. This is a terrible trading here for Zaun, man. Zaun is actually looking really bad in this first game. And now Hero has Blink. Now he's gonna even trade better. Or should trade better. Still, I don't think he can overpower Zaun here. I mean, there's a shield battery that can still get overcharged. There's probes that can get pulled, which are actually gonna be pulled right now here. If he can lure him into those stasis traps, he's gonna see those with the Observer now. So Hero even shot at this trap again, I think I want to say. Maybe a probe is gonna walk in. No, just... So this is walled now, so they needed to walk around the Nexus. That could be an issue if he ever wants to evacuate or pull the probes into the fight. He has to come from the north now. He cannot pull them actually into the center of the battle. Zaun is going to sacrifice a Stalker to get rid of that stasis trap. But things are looking good at home here for Hero. He's just making more gates. He's making, I think, a Forge just finished up. He's going to charge. Where's the Forge? Let's see, there it is, on the third base. So everything looking quite nice back at home here. Zaun, though, on the other hand, he's also going into charge, but he's missing the Forge. And he just cannot find a break against this Blink aggression. 7 Stalkers to 10 have been killed so far. Look at the overall efficiency. It is through the roof. Almost 1400 more resources in favor of Hero here have been traded. That is insane. That is insane. And that's where this lead comes from. Charge that finish up. And it's halfway done here only for Zaun. And that Like, I don't know why, but there's a probe leading charge. It does snag the first volley of the Stalkers actually. And we do see Guardian Shields for both players, so that's nice here, the sentries, but the sentry from here actually gets killed first. So this is a nice advantage for Zaun as long as it lasted. But now Zaun is just starting to get overpowered. He just starts to get out-traded again more and more here. And he simply does not have enough units to push us back. He's starting to warp in Zealots, of course, because the Zealots, well, they're not really necessarily to be microed that much. And yeah, man, Hero is just crazy. Crazy Hero. There we go. Hero is just crazy, man. He just pushes through, wins the game against Zaun, just like that, ties up the series. 9 minutes. I think this was about 9 minutes of a game of StarCraft 2. So quite long for a PvP. We had 2 bases for both players. And I don't think there were any proxies except for that one proxy position for Warpins for Hero, right? With that push. But no all-in proxies. So let's check out the next map. Is gonna be the Evil Heart. Evil Heart. Well, so far 1-1 here. So we're gonna see a lot more maps. And let's hop into this one. In the top right position of Evil Heart, the smallest map in the map pool from this tournament, it is Hero, and in the bottom left it is Zaun. Players again going for the high ground pylon. This is a map that has potential for a cannon rush, but we do not see any probes move out, so I don't think we're gonna see any cannon rushes. But this is so fast, like this map is so small, you could just cannon rush your opponent if you really wanted to. But we need Parting for that to actively play again. I mean, he has a team right now, but it doesn't seem like he's really playing any tournaments. I'm not sure. I kind of want to check this. Pretty sure he plays for Streamer Zone. He got picked up by them. Yeah, he's in their division. For 2 months he has been there already. But let's actually have a look at his matches. And he has not played any matches, it seems like, in any tournaments. I've seen him stream StarCraft, yeah. But it seems like the last games he played was the bi-weekly KSL. And that was in March. That was when Stats was active. Oh, March 2024. That's a year and a half ago, actually. So it's been a while. Yeah, I was saying like that's when Stats was active. Well, Stats hasn't been active in a while as well. I don't think. There was still ESL EPT Cup still in that time. RIP. So, by the way, we do have double gates again here, and just a proxy pylon for Hero, so he's making Zaun afraid of a proxy robo. But while he actually does not have a robo. Let's have a look at the last matches from Stats. The last ones were the Stara Zagora in 2024. So Stats hasn't really been playing since 2024 September. That's about a year and a couple of months. A lot of good players, unfortunately, not really playing anymore here. Of course, we always wish for Blizzard to just one day to announce that, hey guys, we're back, we're gonna make a circuit for StarCraft 2. And we're gonna develop StarCraft 3, and it's gonna be great, and there's gonna be so many new things, and we're gonna explode into the scene again. We're gonna revitalize RTS because StarCraft has the power to do that, and we will be the ones to lead the charge. We'll sell you skins like no other. There's so many microtransactions gonna be in that game that we can actually make a living off that. as a company, and it will be more money coming in than World of Warcraft is generating for us. No. Of course not, but they could, you know, they could. Twilight against Twilight, Nexus against Nexus. Twilight a little bit faster here for Hero. He did kill a few probes. But of course he did lose the 2 adepts. Nice though, 5 probes, definitely worth it. And he does have the 3 sentry defense against the Stalker. The Stalker's poking. If he would go with the sentry... Oh, actually he's going with 3 Stalkers and the sentry against 1 Stalker and 3 sentries. Shield battery about to finish up. Who's gonna win this? Hero is starting to split. He has a second Stalker join the army now. This is such a funny combination of units here now. We do have both players end up with the same exact unit count, and it seems like Hero is just killing all the units from Zaun, and Zaun didn't kill anything. Look at that. That's 3 sentries for a little bit of Stalker damage. Yes, exactly. And he also had, like, he has a half depleted Stalker against a half depleted Stalker, and there's one that's red against one that's green. So he traded what, about 90% health on 1 Stalker for 3 sentries. That's it. That's the trade. That's terrible, man. If you ask me. That's so much gas. 300 gas down the drain for nothing. God damn it. Yes, faster Robo, faster Blink for Hero. The Blink, I think it's whoever Chrono Boost is gonna be the one that finishes up first. There's gonna be an additional gateway here for Hero, and on the other side is gonna be a 3rd base, but Hero, he might just go. He's adding on that extra gateway that kind of telegraphs a let's just go. No, he's gonna throw down the Nexus, it seems like. So this is a nice attempt from Zaun to get a little bit of a lead again. He basically skipped his infrastructure a little bit and tried to go into a more economic turnaround. Now, is this gonna be enough of a timing for him though to be in a position where he can defend himself? Because if we look at the unit count, he also skipped unit production. It's 9 Stalkers to 4. He remade the sentries 3 to 3. He's going into charge. But we already see Immortals here from... This could be just Blink Immortal from Hero. He could just go across the map like that and kill Zaun. He doesn't know that though. Hero doesn't know that. He didn't know that Zaun skipped the infrastructure. He didn't know that he skipped a couple of units. But the Nexus is gonna be finishing up now. Zaun is trying to come back into this game with the money amount, and he's going into mass gates now. He should probably try to chrono boost his zealots a little bit. His charge, there we go, yeah, that's what I want to see. Because he kind of needs them fast here. And you don't really want to, as long as you can avoid a Stalker against Stalker match, that's what you want to try to do here against Hero. Because we saw how Zaun actually lost Blink Stalker against no Blink Stalker in the early game. So, do you want to keep on playing Blink Stalker against Blink Stalker? I don't think so. So if you can play Charged Archon, well, it doesn't really come... There's no... It comes down to the initial gauge, more or less, but that's about it. It's gonna be a more close match. It's mostly about macro and positioning and the actual first engage than the micro inside the battle. But so far we're still on Stalker Zealot for both players here. There's Immortals, I guess, for Hero, and he doesn't have the Zealot yet. Should probably try to mob in a couple just to get some meat. But there's also nothing that can really deal with the force fields. There's no Archons to break those from Zaun. So this might be an overextension here, him posturing so much forward. On paper, with the Zealots, he has the better combination right now, but no Archons just means the sentries are gonna be king here. Nice snipe on that Observer. There we go. Few force fields, not enough though to keep his Stalkers safe. But the 3 Immortals, those are safe. And they're just hammering away at the army from Zaun here, and it's just not enough surface area for those zealots, it seems like. 3 Immortals still going strong here. More Stalkers warping in as a reinforcement. He does have charge finished up right now for himself as well, but he's not warping in any chargeless yet. I mean, he doesn't need to, right? But now there's mostly Stalkers here from Zaun, so yeah, there we go. We already see the first. Oh, that's a nice snipe on the Warpers, but actually he blinked aggressively, so he just is in the open welcomed arms from the Zealots. And unfortunately, Zealot Immortal is just wrecking Stalkers without any blink anymore. And there goes the dream of Zaun to win this map. And Hero is just gonna run away with it. What's with all these Nexi and faster blink, and so many Nexus, man. 3 bases. We've seen 3 bases now. Oh, yeah. That's the right one. What's the next map? What's the next map? We had Evil Heart. Evil Heart out of all maps had 3 bases, right? Winter Madness is gonna be the next one. There it is. Load the replay. Let's go. Hero is so cool. Yes, indeed. He actually is so cool. There's no fear in his play. What are we looking at? It's best of 7. This is map number 4, so 2-1, right? Yes. There we go. In the top left of Winter Madness, it is Hero, the coolest guy. And in the bottom right, it is Zaun. He still needs to be cool. Needs to become cool. Maybe he needs to cool down a little bit. So far, it hasn't really been working out for him. Maybe he needs to go into more of a macro approach, try to play the long game against Hero, just get the ultra late game. But he didn't really... He kind of gets broken before it gets there. I mean, the first game was both players proxying stuff, so... Both players going very aggressive. I mean, maybe something like that could be also the solution. Just go 1 base all in, right? Like either that or go into that proxy. Go into that late game. Charge lots. Archons. Maybe air. I'm not exactly sure how ultra late game Protoss looks in this patch, because I still haven't seen any. Because it's just, well, basically everybody's just going proxies. Proxy. Zaun this time with a fast scout before Hero. Hero no scout this game. I'm mixing it up quite a bit. And Hero's actually going for a 1 gate expand, it seems like. On the other hand, Zaun does have the usual double gate expand. What's it gonna be, Zaun? Is it gonna throw down a pylon? There's already a zealot. The pylon wouldn't even be that good. Oh, the zealot. He was so close to touching the probe. And there's the Nexus for Hero. Very fast before the tech, so he didn't need to throw down his tech building first. We do see double Stalker. I don't hate this. And there's gonna be a weird proxy pylon. This could be a Twilight, could be a Robo. And the probe is gonna be killed here by the sentry. There you go. So Hero has a sentry zealot. And what he wants to do is overcharge the sentry, and he wants to shout out the scout. Shout it out. He shouts out the Phoenix and he sees it move across the map. He's probably gonna find these 2 Stalkers. That's a nice fight. And he will not see the Stargate, by the way. That's an interesting approach, but the hero already has a Stargate in his base. I'm not sure if that timing is actually that great here for Zaun. Maybe just going into Blink and trying to break him on those two bases might have been better with a bunch of Blink Stalkers. Now Hero does see everything he needs to see. He sees the delayed Nexus, I think he saw the Adepts, but he does not see the Stargate. He sees the lack of tech in the main base. That means he knows that his tech is somewhere else. Oh, almost catches that slippery Stalker, but the butter was a little bit too greasy. So Zaun Stalker does get away. Double Adept coming in here. He can shade into the natural, can forcefully trade against some probes, but of course the army is there, is gonna probably deal with this very fast. So he does not commit, but the Oracle is here. Oracle has arrived. And the Oracle also has arrived for Hero. Let's see how this is gonna go. See the Oracle. Oh, he's gonna snipe the probe at the entrance here, and he will deny Hero from blocking that one. So the Oracle gets 3 workers, and now we have the Shade being cancelled. Really? The Oracle does kill 1 more probe. But Zaun, does he have anything to deal with? Yes, deflect the Oracle from Hero. Indeed he has. He has some Stalkers at home. It's quite safe. This is looking not terrible here for a blue Protoss player. Starting to catch up. Worker department is looking quite even. And he is gonna have the better tech with the blinks already going on. And Hero is just not making anything from the Stargate. He made a second Oracle, I guess, yeah. But there's gonna be a Phoenix on the way as well. Again, more probes falling. This is looking good for Zaun. If you can catch the Oracles out on the map, it would be great. But the Oracles are just throwing down some stasis traps at home. Hallucination is going across the map here. Let's see if he can find that Phoenix. Actually, he might just avoid it, so he won't be able to see that one. It would be a nice scout though to see that there's an actual Phoenix, so you're a little bit more safe on those Oracles, on their movement. But Hero just keeps them back at home. Oh, he's actually gonna find this. Oh, I think he might have seen it, but not... There was no shot connecting, so... And Zaun stopped the patrol. So he tried to hide the Phoenix. Not sure if that worked out. Because if you see a Phoenix patrolling there, usually it's not a hallucination. But we see that sometimes, so it's not unheard of, but not really in this matchup. It's more in PvT against drops, right? You're patrolling that to get some extra vision, to get some advanced warning. And there's the Oracles coming from that angle actually where the Phoenix was patrolling. It's still there with a couple of Stalkers waiting. Again, 3 bases. Both players. The Nexus not done yet for Zaun. Charge though is gonna be quite a lot faster here for our blue Protoss player. But if we take a look at the army supply, man, it's crazy. Hero has so many more units. 15 Stalkers to 9. 1 Zealot to no. 1 more Oracle, 1 more Sentry. He basically has every single edge in the unit count, and he's starting to push across the map. Our shield battery is gonna be enough to counteract that. Our stasis traps gonna be enough to catch that. He will find that Stargate first, and he will kill off that pylon. He might even kill the full tech, so he denies a potential mothership. And there we go. He's just gonna take that freebie and make his 4th base, ladies and gentlemen. 4 bases in the PvP behind that. And now he's gonna rotate to the right here. to the bottom right, where we see the third base from Zaun. Now there are stasis traps here, needs to be a little bit careful if he does not see them. Oh, brother! That's how many? 4, 8, 9 in a 21-second trap, and on the other side is only 2. You can time this perfectly, but they have blink, so they could blink out. There they go. Hero is gonna start to blink away here. Oh my god, the zealots are gonna charge into the stasis traps. Hero wants to ideally get these stasis units, but actually Zaun is committing. He already has 1 Archon with this army. That's a nice tech advantage in this first push here. And Hero, what does he have there? Oh, there's the stasis traps. I mean, those would be nice to have here. Oh god, is he gonna just walk into this? So he loses 1 Oracle. Oh, that's the whole army! And they blinked in, so the blink is not gonna reset. Look at that. They are dancing. If Hero surrounds this with zealots, oh, he just pushes in. And now he blinks on top of the same stasis trap. Is he gonna go in? Yes, that's a bunch of Stalkers. Oh, that's Stalkers he needed over here in this fight. This is so crazy, man. Both players like stasising so many units again. 5 more Zealots. 6, 7. Sorry, I didn't see all of them. And there's 6 Stalkers stuck here in stasis. Now, can these Stalkers, they have blink. They should probably be able to get away. Ah, he's not blinking them. So all of them do die, indeed. Now this is looking good for Zaun, I want to say. He's up in army supply, he's up in army quality, he's up in like every kind of regard here, except for +2. That's gonna be finishing up here for Hero now. And Hero is gonna come in with a potential base trade now. Does he have enough units at home? He's trying to defend, at the same time he's kind of pressuring 2 bases here from Zaun. Zaun does not have a 4th base, Zaun does not have a 5th base. That's what Hero does have. And there's a DT shrine on the way for Hero, so Hero can warp in DTs if that finishes up. There's an observer. Let's have a look at the unit count. So there's 1 observer here for Zaun. Oh, that's kind of funny if he loses that observer. And Hero does not have a good army. He only has Stalkers and Zealots. He needs to warp in. He needs to keep some money for the DT warp in. He still is mining a lot though. So, and he has the +2. So +2 is gonna be nice. 20 Stalkers though. 19 Zealots. Is that the army you want against 10 Stalkers and 11 Stalkers and 10 Zealots? 3 Archons though. He's warping in 1 more Archon, 4 Archon, 5 Archons I want to say here in a moment. Bunch more here. He does find the space, and the Oracle is still alive. Oh, if you lose the Oracle, that's a big deal. That's 1 less detection unit, and the Observer walks into that. But I don't think Zaun has anything across the map. He doesn't have any probes out on the map. There's only units. He's gonna start to lose out of his buildings, and Zaun realizes this. I think he also lost the Observer to a cannon. And yeah, Hero is gonna take that game. What a crazy game there. He flew the Observer into a cannon. He loses. He has no worker out on the map. He cannot base trade fast enough. He saw the base in the bottom, and he just GG's out. Wow, what a crazy game. So we're looking at a 3-1 advantage here for Hero. Next map is gonna be Maganatha, I wanna say. Yep, next map is gonna be Maganatha. Setting it up. 3-1 for Hero. Maganatha, quite a big map. So let's see where the proxies are gonna be. In the top left it is Hero, at least for now, and in the bottom right it is Zaun. But where are your pylons going, ladies and gentlemen? Where are your pylons? First one, of course, on top of the ramp. Second one could be anywhere. As the gateway is coming on. Yeah, we should see double gates again. So far, I don't think we have seen any ramp natural ramp maps, so if we don't go past this point, if Hero wins this map as well, we might not even see any of those. If Zaun can bring it back, maybe there are some of those, and he can actually make use of those. I'm not sure, but he might be on, like, have an edge on those kind of maps. But apparently both players seem to have avoided those in the map vetoes, so... Or maybe Hero just vetoed all. It's a best of 7 though, there's not that many vetoes. Alright. This is a proxy pylon. Double gate though. We already a pylon out on the map. This one's at home for Zaun. Zaun is gonna find the gates, he's gonna check for the pylon, he will see, hey, it's missing. And he'll immediately go back onto the map. I guess he's gonna check if you threw it down on the natural. He's gonna stay around. He just decides to play a defensive game, it seems. This is a Stargate by Hero. It's gonna be Void Ray Aggression. No, it should probably be Oracle. Oracle is just too good. Can just kill so many probes. Oh, this hallucination might just see this. Yep, that's a good scout. So now he knows what is going on, and he has a proxy himself. Of course, he has a proxy himself. So Hero moves down a probe. Maybe he's faking a Nexus. Maybe he's actually taking a Nexus. The Oracle is on the way, and he's accumulating enough resources for one. Shades are gonna get cancelled here. 2 more adepts on the way, and a Nexus is being taken in plain sight. So Zaun knows everything. He has all the information, he has all the tools to deal with everything. Oracle is finishing up. Are we seeing enough units in the main base? Nope. There's only a shield battery. But the Oracle, well, it can't really do anything against the battery. Zaun is just pushing across. So the Oracle can do something against the battery. But yeah, there's already the reinforcing Stalker. Perfect timing here. Battery is there. Oracle is just gonna rotate away. I'm gonna stick around here in that dead airspace. See a second pylon, and the 2 Stalkers are gonna gatekeep the main base. But Hero has the same army supply. He has everything the same, but he's up 1 Nexus basically. He's making a Void Ray right now. Oh no! That's half of the economy frozen. He was actually oversaturated here. It's half of the economy frozen here. For Zaun. He's trying to push in, but he can't really get it done against Hero's Micro. The Void Ray just joining for a flank here. He's gonna have a field day with the additional charge damage here. He's killing so many of these Stalkers. And in the end, I mean, even Depths are gonna kill a Stalker here because there's no blink and there's no way for this guy to get away. Oh god, he walks away. Can't believe it at 1 HP. How? But now he's joining in and he's immediately getting sniped here by the other Stalkers. Stalkers killing Stalkers, Adepts killing Stalkers. But there's no critical mass coming up here for Zaun anytime soon. He has 3 units reinforcing, where Hero only has 2. And Hero did do another stasis, by the way, with the Oracle here. But yeah, There should be another Void Ray joining in here, immediately gonna overcharge that one. It's gonna kill the first Stalker, it's gonna kill the second Stalker with the Stalkers on the way out. 2 Stalkers, 2 and 2 Adepts and a Void Ray. I'm not sure how you're gonna break that as the 1 base player. This is looking terrible for Zaun. And it's his last life. He's so dead. He's so dead. It's gonna be another stasis trap. It's gonna catch another 4 probes, which is not the worst, but it's just not. It's just too much. 1 probe is too much. And Hero is gonna take the series. GG's. Thank you so much, everybody, for following today. Thank you again, Daniel, for the Political Lord for the 3,500 bits. Very much appreciated. And we're gonna have one more stream tomorrow. That's gonna be the last stream before Christmas. I'm gonna pull on a Christmas hat, I think, for you guys tomorrow. And then I'm gonna be back after Christmas again, I think, but only one day this year. I'm gonna be there on 30. It's probably gonna be 29th for a lot of you guys. So Monday evening or Tuesday morning or something like that. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching and tuning in, and I hope you had a good time. And I'm gonna go peace out for now. Really much appreciated. Also make sure to follow the YouTube channel, of course. Links are, well, there's no link, but there's the names. You can post the link here, give me a second. Make sure to follow especially this one. That's the one I'm trying to grow the most right now. Most stuff is gonna be uploaded there. And yeah. So let's check out who we're gonna raid. Much love. See you guys again. Hearts.